Mic check, mic check. Am I hearable? Much love, much love. How's everybody feeling on this great Saturday? This is your girl, Denise, aka So Armor. I hope everybody had a great day, a wonderful day. It's been a rainy day over here, but we're managing. Um, so yeah, it's an open panel. I hope we can have a great discussion, no debates, just a great build. Peace and welcome to How You Been, Ghetto Child Clinic. Much love to you, bro. Hope everything is going great with you and the family. Yes, yes. Um, Let me find out. While I'll give everybody the chance to tune in. Um, you know how it goes over here. I'm gonna start with Let me find out. I haven't played this one in a while. I'm gonna start with Turtle Island. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Gratitude, gratitude. Much love and peace and welcome to Kimba, Sister Kim. Hope everything is going great with you too, sis. I hope my audio is okay though. And we got Professor X in the building, sis. How you been? Much love, much love. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm doing great. Great as can be. No complaints. Much love to everybody. Dean, much love to Dean. Nice, nice. There she go, the goddess of love. Much love, much love. Hope everything is going great with you and the fam. What's wrong with Dean? What happened? Me either. I don't see any. What? Oh yeah. I think you're in the. I'm double streaming, Kimba. I forgot. Yeah. I'm on the. I think you're in the other chat. I don't know which chat you're in, but StreamYard is showing all comments, so that's why. Yeah. Let me find out. I'm gonna go to the other channel and see who's in the other chat. Okay, so you're on So Amas Media. Kim, um, Kim and Dean, and the Goddess of Love. Yeah, you're in the other chat. Yeah, cause I'm double streaming ghetto. They're in the other chat. Much love, Ocean Yemi. Hope everything is going great with you and the fams. Yes. Yeah. What can I say? Yeah. There go bestie. Much love to you. Hope everything is going great with you and the fams. Also, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope everybody had a wonderful day, man. No, yeah, it's yeah. I haven't been live in a while and on the other channel, so I might as well do a double take. You know what I mean? Yeah. Um, Let me find out. You already know I gotta play my son's song. Gratitude, yes. Thank you, sis. It's an open panel today, so whatever y'all want to talk about. Much love, smoking in G sharp. I like that name. Te laat voor die shit. Paranoia. I'm alone. I'm a little alone, yeah. You missing on me now. TRM. Oh, the realest Moko. Yeah, he's still alive. I saw that. Yeah. Weet niet waar maar ze zien maar zijn enemy. Why you mad at me? Welcome, Chief Serpentine, the Snake God. Woo! Now that's a name for you. Welcome, welcome. Niggas they don't know me now. Yeah, you gotta turn on those notifications. Those notifications. Let me go to the other chat. I'm switching between two channels, y'all. The job of a content creator. So yeah, what y'all want to talk about? What your oh wait, let me see. I got so much on my mind. I don't even know where to start, y'all. Let me start with grounding. And I'm gonna ask it in my native tongue. Ofayu hankra. Ofayu ankara. That means how well are you grounded? Or and if you know it, are you grounded? Let me say it. Yeah. Peace, the Serpent God, King Morpheus original. Much love to you and the family. Excuse me. So yeah, how well are you grounded? Are you grounded? Oh, we got celebrity talk, talk media. Fotonenge in the building. We got Fotonenge in the building. Foka, mi brada, foka. Alles goed. Ja toch, Fotonenge in the building. Let me stop. But yeah. Shit. Yeah. So are you grounded? You already know Fotonenge. Fotonenge in the building. Y'all stop this the greedy, and if you rap, if you make not make beats, if you rap, if you can spit bars, sign up for the BYOB. So yeah, but anyway, it's an open build, man. If y'all wanna discuss topics, the link is pinned. I pinned it. The link. because I'll be running my two first about spirituality, because that's all I eat, breathe, sleep, shit, spirit. So, um, anything y'all want to touch on, let me know. We can, chop it up. In the meantime, let me find out. Let me see. Man, I'm getting sick and tired of playing copyright music. Oh, I got Sir Drop. Yeah, let me play Sir Drop. That's true. Listen. What is it? Is the violin? Okay. Let me think. The real ones in the building. Yes. Much love to everybody. Gratitude. Um, I. Offer you hankra. How well are you grounded? Um, and when I say grounded, temeta grounded. Temeta ki hankra. When I say grounded, that means I'm connected to source. I'm connected to hell. I know what hell is because I've been there, right? So you got to ground to the soil first, hell, in order to elevate. You mukroy before you waka. A baby crawls before it walks, right? You mukroy crawl before you walk. First you waka. And at least for me, grounded doesn't necessarily mean that you have to walk barefoot all the time. You just, it's more about energy, at least to me. You know what I mean? Well, let me see. It's oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, I forgot the name, but I know which instrument you mean, Dean. Okay, bet, bestie, bet. Mary Omni, the constitutional enforcer. No. Mm-mm. Nope. Um. Mm, yeah. Y'all know I live in Europe, so the, we had like, I think the summer is over. It's that period done with. Like we had two warm weeks, and that's it. It's so it's cold. It's you can hardly walk barefoot over here. You gotta wear socks, and yeah. So it's so. But I take every chance I get to walk barefoot over here. Like when it's warm enough to do it inside and outside. So. No, not no in the building. The new hair. Oh yeah, the gray made me look much older than I am. But anyway, yeah, thank you, gratitude. If you look into the recently invented tissue, yeah, yep, yep, rubber. That's it. And I got sensitive, like a grain of sand. I can feel it. Like so, yeah. hmm It's necessary to ground. It's hard, Mm, I miss hot weather. We barely get hot weather over here. It sucks. But yeah. Peace, Angela. Long time no see. Long time. Much love. Oh, the sad part out there. I don't know. But yeah, it's like I feel like when you ground, um, because to me it's energy, right? So when you ground, you're more connected to source, more connected to the vibration of her, Gaia, or whatever you want to call her, Earth, So it's necessary to ground. In Suriname, we see it like when you enter a new space or new place, or um, we say baradoti wa odi, baradoti, mi neneleri mi, na 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 na, baradoti wa udo. That means say, uh, say hi, because you don't know what spirit is there. So, or who guards the place, what energy. So you always give thanks. If you enter a new place, you know say hi, so you can be protected too. Bara dotiwa odi. That's what we say. So because it's all energy, and you feel it. Like, you haven't you been in an old building, and you feel the energy, like, damn, people been here, like, or so, yeah. Everywhere you go, if you enter a new place, or a place that you haven't been or been before, always say, um how do you say that? Greet the ground, greet the place. hmm Oh, and that keeps you grounded too. hmm I'm sure. Dang it, my husband Phil. Where's Phil? He must be at McCoy's live stream. Yeah, I mean, hmm God. Oh, hmm. Because maybe then it's not real cotton, you know. Like, they mix it with everything, man. Mm. Yeah, it's supposed to be natural, right? But still, Scooby. Um, what else? I'm just waiting for somebody to hit the link so we can have have a conversation, because I don't know. It'll come to me though, but I'd rather talk to y'all instead of me talking, by myself. Hmm. Where's Oh, she's sleeping. I got a baby kitten. She's so cute. I named her Lulu. Lulu. Oh man, she's a handful. She had me running today because the mailman came, and I forgot. I gotta get because I only had her for a day. So I opened up the door to take my package, and then I closed the door, came inside. I'm like, "Where's Lulu?" Nothing, because she usually, she makes a sound. Meow. She's so cute. Only 2 months old. So I'm Lulu, Lulu everywhere. No. Upstairs, no. I panicked. Put on my jacket, walk. Man, she had me walk. The whole neighborhood. No Lulu. Came inside. There she was. She was beyond. She fell asleep under the couch. But that was my first scare, y'all. I'm like, oh my god, like I only had her for like not even 24 hours, and I'm all I was panicking. I'm like, my first cat, y'all, so bear with me. Sheesh. That was my first scare. I'm like, oh my god, I lost her. She outside. Professor X, I'm telling you, I was panicking. I walked the whole block. Lulu, Lulu. No, Lulu. Lulu was inside. Oh, why don't I hear the pup anymore? Much love, Dean. Excuse me.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you? And Maureen.
Maureen's still asleep.
Oh, yeah, the time. Yeah, yeah. The time difference. Oh, it's
It's
three
all
thirty.
right though. She's,
Yeah.
she's snoring a little bit, so please forgive the sound.
Mm,
Uh,
okay.
thank you very much for inviting me up. I waited for you to make an invite before I see the link to join, but I like to get an invite. I don't like
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
muscle my way in.
I get
Um,
it. Yeah.
I've made a fool of myself in the past when I've done that.
No,
Um,
no. Mm,
it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah, like what are the subjects we can talk about? I mean, you mentioned grounding and like the soles of our feet, the soles of our heart. Our heartstring, our soul, the inner
right.
depth of our soul, even. To be grounded by the Earth Mother. To me, I couldn't think of a more beautiful gift.
Yeah. Mm,
Um, the things that our Earth Mother can sustain us with, everything that we need for life, for health, a healthy life, even. And excuse me, and we're all given these other options. But I mean, truly, probably most indigenous, or say, I only would use the word indigenous because how else do you describe someone who's still connected with the Mother Earth?
hmm.
Uh, you can say native people,
Right.
but to me, it's all the same. If you're
Right.
living in the world and you're reliant on something else to give you life or
Mm-hmm.
to help sustain your life, then to me, you're not really a native person. you know,
Yeah.
you, I feel like you've been scripted away from your true home. Like I reckon the script is our biggest enemy and our
Hmm.
biggest friend. We can
Hmm.
either make it a great friend and use it wisely, or we can get caught up in other people's unhealthy script and make
Hmm.
ourselves unwell.
Right. Right. Oh, and I don't know if you have maybe like 30 minutes so we can do the one-on-one
Yeah, I've got the time
or
fully.
less. Yeah, okay, okay. Since I don't know if yeah, I don't think the
I'm always ready, you know. I mean, I don't have any. I don't have any. What do you call it? Any angst about what I might say or not say.
right.
You know.
No, because you speak from the heart. So and when you speak from the heart,
Yeah,
you
that's
ain't
where
gotta
it comes from.
yeah, you ain't
Yeah,
gotta worry.
fully.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna be too like, I'm not gonna go too personal. So it's just, the usual questions I asked everybody who I had
Hey,
on.
fully. I mean, what an impromptu moment, eh?
Right.
You know?
hmm Um
Yeah.
yes. I didn't make you a text yet, but I can do that afterwards though. That's no problem. Because I always do
It's
that
all
for
good.
everybody. Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, welcome, Dean, to the one-on-one. I hope you had a good day today. Um, or the day's getting started, or is it evening or
It's the day getting started, yes. I mean, as I say, Maureen's still asleep.
okay.
Uh, and chiming in the background with her little snores.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh,
yes, it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining, so there we go. We got a day ahead of us.
right, right.
They told us it was going to rain, and we got about 50% of rain today, which possibly is going to happen later
Yeah.
on. I don't know. I've seen a front coming up the country, but in the weather map, so I can
Mm,
expect a little precipitation. Yeah.
okay. So, my first question to you, dear Dean, is can you tell us a little bit where you come from, where you grew up, where you was born, and how was it for you as a child, or yeah, let's start with teenager. How was it growing up in the neighborhood you grew up in, and where was that?
Right. Well, first of all, I'm a Kiwi, so I would say Kiwi. I mean New Zealander. Um, I'm fast to say a Kiwi. I mean, it's one of those sort of, what do you call it? Identities that we have. Like in the world. Anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm a Kiwi. I'm a New Zealander.
Mm,
Um, I used to think I never ever could get my head around thinking that I was on the bottom of a ball, but I do think that I used to think I was downhill
mm,
from the north, from the top,
okay.
but I couldn't see myself as being underneath anything. I mean, I
Mm,
do walk upright just like everyone else. Um, and yeah, anyway, I won't go into that too much. But anyway, yeah, so I was born in New Zealand in 1954.
mm-hmm.
So my father was he was a returned serviceman from the Second World War,
Yeah.
and so I'm a war baby, basically.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Um, the first lot of babies born after the Second World War, I consider them war babies.
yeah.
Um, you know, we were being entrenched at that time in world affairs, even though we didn't know it.
Mm,
Uh, yeah, but anyway, so yeah, 1954, we had no power. There was power available in the country by then, but it was only limited to what would you call it? Coal-fired generation
mm,
and boilers. Where they used boilers for fire up a factory.
yeah.
My father also had a generator. It was an old Lister motor. a single banger, so it only had one cylinder.
Yeah.
And it had a flywheel on it, a massive big steel flywheel that was sort of weighted, and that kept the motor turning. So once it got to its revolution of being able to go over the top and down the other side, as I used to say, as I called it, it was able to go up and down, and it would get its own momentum going. So, but you had to crank that thing into operation, and you had to hold your thumb on the crank handle the right way. If you put it across and gripped the crank handle, then you're liable to get your thumb tore off your arm. because when these things started up, they would go, and if you had a full solid grip on that handle, the bloody thing would, if it back kicked, you'd lose your thumb. You'd break your arm. No worries at all.
Wow.
So they're pretty bloody mean machines, you know. Yeah, but we got to learn to use them without breaking. I got to learn to use one without breaking my arm or my thumb. And that used to power our cow shed. So it was our industry, right? Was our cow shed. Before that, we milked cows by hand. And so, yeah, that was, how it was done. We're milking by hand. But then, the machine came along, and with it came a generator. And the generator was able to power a shed to give it enough vacuum. So they had a vacuum pump set up, which this vacuum sets up a suction down the whole line. So if you've got, say, 12 sets of cups that can fit onto 12 cows, that suction valve, a cylinder, could draw all those cups with a suction, and so they could draw the milk out of the cow by sucking onto the teat. So that's how they were set up. It's actually the motor. All that did really was to drive the valve to make a suction unit. That's all it was, really. And that's all a milking machine is, really. Yeah. But so when that power was running, Mum had her first appliance. Her first appliance was a stove. And that stove she could use to cook meals with during the time that Dad went to milk. So while the milking machine was running, so was the stove, and Mum could get into it and cook a blooming meal quick, jolly smart, compared to, say, lighting the old coal range wood stove, to get the heat up, and then once the heat was up, you could start cooking. The first line of defense was on top of the wood box, because that would heat up first, and you could get the old fry pan going or the kettle going, and you could heat water and that sort of stuff. So that was Mum getting a electric stove, her first of the world's appliances. Her second was a washing machine, and her third was a fridge. The wireless was a next one. So those were basically a wireless, a fridge, a stove, and a washing machine were the four appliances that were run by power in our house. And the radio, I mean, that was, before that was a transistor. The bloody thing crackled. You could barely ever hear the words that the guy was, saying.
Mm,
And I mean, the old man would have his ear tuned right to the speaker. Nobody else get to hear the weather, only Dad, you know,
right. Mm,
because his head was crammed up against the bloody thing. I felt that was such a shame
mm,
to see my dad doing that, because when I look back on it, he had a piece of seaweed hanging up at the door, and that was his only go-to for the weather before the
mm,
bloody radio came along.
mm,
Like a piece of seaweed, when the weather's damp, it will get soft, you know,
right.
and so as soon as because it's got salt in it, right, and salt pulls in moisture,
Mm,
and so the seaweed would start to get soft, and you go, "Oh, we're in for a bit of rain," or we might get a bit of moisture. But if
mm-hmm,
that seaweed was as dry as a bone, he would go, "Right, we're cutting hay today," you know, because he
mm.
knew that weather was going to be dry. If that seaweed was dry as a bone, you could guarantee that you were going to have 2 or 3 days of fine weather, right?
Okay, okay. So you was a hard worker from the get go. Um, my next question is, since you went through all of that in life, are you at this moment in time in your life, is this where you want to be? Are you satisfied with the way things are going right now in your life?
Oh, that's a big question.
Okay.
And it involves so much. I mean, well, no, I'm not really happy with the way things are going, actually. Um, I have, I've basically seen um, it coming, even though I never really knew what was really. But I've seen it coming all my life, really. I mean, I didn't like. I liked it when we didn't have power.
Mm,
I liked it when we didn't have these things that made us fit into a program or a routine. I mean, once the cows were milked in the morning, I mean, you have to get up early to milk the cows. You don't want to be buddy sitting on a stool milking cows at buddy 11 o'clock during the day. That's too hot. And
mm-hmm,
cows don't, or too, and it keeps the cow away from feeding. So you don't want to be depriving the cow. So the idea is to get up early in the morning. So that's a routine in itself, is to get
right.
up early and get the cows milked. But um, I've never been one for routine, although I've fitted into it really well. Um, I I felt like routine was again my very nature
Mm,
from the get go. But how did I get onto it? I guess during the 80s. I mean, I grew up as a bit of a wild child, to be
mm,
honest. Because we had a farm that was like right up in the back blocks of our area. We were
mm,
like called bumfuck nowhere sort of thing, where we lived. We were at the end of the road. When you heard a car coming up the road, it was coming to our place pretty much.
mm,
And I mean, we had a long hill that it's about probably 2.5 k's. And when a vehicle comes up that hill, it has to get down into the lower gears to get up to get up it.
right.
And so you could hear those bloody vehicles coming. It didn't matter where you were on the farm. And then we
Mm,
had like to begin, there was about 300 acres, and then the old man managed to get another 300 and something, and our farm became 600 acres. But you could be anywhere on that farm. In fact, I could be at the neighbour's place up the road, even though they had nobody living there. You could be right up. You could be basically 3-4 k's away from that road, and yet you could still hear that truck or that car coming as they change down their gears. And I could run from out the back of the farm to home. It was only about a mile and a quarter, and I could do that in quick time, no worries at all. Me and my brothers, we just ran everywhere. We didn't even open the gates on the bloody place. We just jumped the fences,
So I'm sensing a little bit of nostalgia. So, but did you answer the question?
No, I haven't. I haven't answered. I'm still bloody playing it.
You're working up to it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing. I'm reliving my childhood. I love it. I can still relive my childhood,
Yeah.
So when did I ran into, I was married for a few years in my younger years, like in my 20s.
Okay.
And I got married. I couldn't have kids. I wanted kids so bad.
Aww.
But my wife had an affair.
Oh.
I forgave her.
Mm-hmm.
She had another one and got pregnant. I couldn't forgive that. And so we parted. But in all hindsight, if I got over myself, really, we could have repaired our relationship, and I could have raised that boy as my own. I feel that now, I look back and I can see that. That I had it in me to do that. It's just my pride, from being hurt.
Yeah.
If I hadn't have taken that stance, I could have easily raised that boy, no problem, as my own. I know that.
Because not all men do it or have the heart to do that. So yeah, I totally respect that in you. Yep.
So when we split up, I went off the rails, actually. I went off the bloody rails, actually. Yeah, totally. I went off the rails. I got into booze. I got into every known drug you could bloody find.
Damn.
Anything to escape. The horror that was going on in my head, because I thought I'd found a place of recluse in my marriage.
Yeah.
And then to have that ripped out, it just tore me apart. I collapsed, basically, right up until the 80s, really. And even then, after that, I was still going through it. Total brokenness. I tried to take my life on several occasions.
Oh.
There are things that in my interview with Chuck that I won't even relate here. That happened in my childhood. But they will come out if Chuck brings them out. It's up to him. Because of my brokenness, I realized that there was something fucking horrendously wrong with this place. As well, not only was I broken, but I felt like our home was being broken.
Yeah.
and that, so that affected me as well, you know. And my brother had a flat, and I was staying with my dad. I went home. I left Nelson. I went back to my father's place, my dad's place, and I helped him out for a few years, just mucking around on the farm,
Yeah.
spraying gorse and killing weeds and getting the place, you know, like where it could feed stock and keep at a place of maintenance, because my dad, he was a drinker too,
Mm.
and so when he got on these binges, he would go a couple of years where he
Yeah.
did nothing but drink, and things would just get left.
Mm.
And my older brother, he looked after the farm before I came back after my marriage. But when I came back, like there were things that he wouldn't do. Like Dolph, my older brother was special. He went to a special class. He had real bad problems as a child. He would get glandular fever.
Mm.
He had 1 or 2 layers less on his skin. Like he had 1 layer. I know he had 1 layer less in his skin. And so when he held some, say, steel wire, building materials, doing woodwork or anything like that, his hands would crack and bleed, and it was really hard for him to work. He suffered badly, my brother, and I think a lot of it too came from when he was a baby. He fell on his head when he was crawling, and I think that played some really detrimental things into his life at that stage. He was brought up on goat's milk. He was very allergic. He was what is it?
Yeah.
Allergic?
Allergic.
Yeah. He was allergic to a lot of things. Like his skin could not handle the wool. I could get wool shirts and put them on. You know, it didn't affect my body. It didn't even make me itch. But him, he would drive him bloody crazy. I can still wear felted cloth and stuff like that. My skin just doesn't react to it. You know, it's just natural fibre. But you know, a bloody anything bloody unnatural, my skin goes bloody ballistic on. So I'm a natural man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Dolph had a hard time. His name was Rudolph. He was named after my dad's oldest brother and father. His dad's name was Rudolph, and his oldest brother's name was named after his father, Rudolph.
Yeah.
And so Dad called his oldest son Rudolph, right? And both Dad and Rudolph, Dad's oldest brother, never came home from the First World War. So he never grew up with a dad or an older brother, right? He lost them both to the First World War.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, I never knew them, to be honest, so I can't. But I do feel the pain and the loss of it, you know.
Yeah.
Because I know I would have learnt so much out of my granddad. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So that was Dolph, and anyway, I'll just get on with things. My awakening basically happened around the 80s when in 1986, 87, my brother's introduced me to a few of his mates, and we're all having a big sesh, smoking weed and yarning, and probably having a few beers out on the front lawn. And this guy One, we called him One. It was his nickname. And he just broke into conversation with Gary Fogo and said, "Hey, Gary, you want to tell these guys about that Agenda 21? And this was in 86, 87, you know, and my ears pricked up. I said, "What do you mean, Agenda 21? And he goes, "Oh, we got this bloody in the cassette, you know, it was a video cassette. It wasn't like a disc like we have today, but it was actually a big bloody cassette with wheels inside it and plastic tape that ran across it, you know."
Yeah.
And that was a video cassette. And they played that to me on the bloody TV, and it was about Agenda 21. And it was my awakening, really. And I knew then, from then on, that you know, that there was something fucking drastically wrong here. But I mean, it wasn't so drastic for me then, because I was only just learning about it. And I mean, it's funny now. I mean, it's not funny, actually. It's bloody horrible. It's really, really, really horrible. Because Gary Fogo was the one guy that had basically opened my mind up to this Agenda 21, or him and One.
Okay.
And it was hard case, because Gary got onto me on Facebook and said to me, "Oh, you know, let's get over the old shit, Dean, and let's be friends," because we had a bit of shit in our lives that separated us from friendship.
Right.
And so this was, you know, like after lockdown, basically, he just said, "Oh, can we be friends?" And of course, well, just before and around that time, and I said, "Yeah, fully. Let's forgive and forget." Well, not, you know, I mean, you never forget, but you just put it on. Yeah, you can. If you push it back far enough, you can forget it, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
I won't tell you what what brought us, took us apart. I'll just say it was something to do with something else, and a relationship got destroyed, and he got upset about it. But anyway, it's nothing to do with me. It was something to do with one of my other brothers, and we got roll-bowled and arseholed into the same thing. Yeah, bloody Lawrence are all shit cunts, you know. But anyway, we won't get on to that. But he was, you know, talking to me, and he was telling me about different things and that. And I said to him, "Did you have the jibbity jab?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What the fucking hell?" You say, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, I had to, but so I could get my so I could go to my job." I said, "Gary, what the fuck, man? I mean, you're the guy. You just told me back in like a few weeks ago, hey, it was me that turned you on to Agenda 2021, Dean, not One." And I said, "Yeah, Gary. So what the fuck, man? You know?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" I says, "Well, I mean, the jibbity jab, bro, you know?"
Right.
Yeah, he panicked.
And he goes, "Oh, well, bro, I needed my job." And I says, "So you fulfilled all your moral standing, Gary, for a fucking job?" Yeah,
Yeah, he panicked.
Peace,
he
my
panicked.
son.
Ain't mind's eye. He panicked, bro.
Greatest to y'all. Enjoying, the conveyment.
Much love, much love. I know you have some, maybe a question for Dean also. Um,
Yeah,
cause,
I'm
cause
open
he,
to questions.
huh?
Fully, I'm all fully open to questions.
Yeah,
Come at
cause he the
any way
OG,
you
right?
want. Come
Yeah.
at me any way you want. I don't. I'm up for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
I asked you a question like, say, like where you was like, wow, like what do you think it is about those people? Say that because you said he kind of alerted you to what was going on, but he folded, say, quicker than you could even comprehend what he was saying.
Mm.
Before he could even get it out of his mouth and say it to you and let you think about it, he was already jibbity jibbed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's like he
I mean,
tried
it
to
shocked
hand
the
you.
shit out of me, bro. It did. Really, it did. It shocked the shit out of me.
Some people would tell you just to get it off of their back. So it's like if you know, then you continue on where they left off. It's like, he probably only had enough. That was what, his mission was just to tell you. And with that, he
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
lit your
I
fire.
get that. I get what you're saying about that too, and I
hmm
appreciate where you're coming from with that.
Respect. He probably
Yeah,
felt that
I
Dean,
appreciate that.
he probably felt that Dean could carry or take the baton or receive it from him as far as he was concerned. Because, like how you just said it, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he panicked.
I mean, I haven't looked at it like that, and I salute you for bringing that to my attention, bro.
Yep. Some people feel, because it's like speak now, forever hold your peace. And some people would just be weighing on their heart and they have it weigh on yours.
Yeah, I mean,
But then
I
they'll
don't
fall
hate
back.
the guy, and I haven't turned against him, like that. I mean, I still
No doubt.
extend my love out to him, bro, because he extended that love to me to begin with, right?
No doubt. Like you said, he reunited with you and said, hey man, let's cut the bullshit, you know. And that's probably why he wanted to cut the bullshit because it's like, say, if you could hold a grudge or we could hold a grudge against each other, then let the grudge that we hold be something worth us holding, instead of just some
Yeah. And
bullshit.
I gave up that grudge. I gave up the grudge because it wasn't mine anyway, right? It
Mm-hmm.
was never mine anyway.
Yeah, it'd have been his, huh? I don't know what
And so,
happened
yeah,
between y'all, but yep.
yeah. Well, actually, it was. I'll tell you straight up. It was his partner and my brother that got together when him and his partner separated, and so that caused the angst. You know.
Yep. I look at the term partner is it's another term for pothole. Like you got to watch for the potholes in the streets. You got to
Yeah,
watch for
I
the
mean, I
partner.
understand that, but that she might have been a bit of a pothole for my brother and for Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, I understand that, and I do. I actually resonate with that strongly, because when my brother died, she went straight to another man, so she was a pothole, right?
Mm.
And she used all his gains that he had accumulated and wasted them on a bunch of bloody methamphetamine,
Mm-hmm.
So she was a bloody pothole as far as I'm concerned. Uh,
Instead
uh,
of instead of the partner became a pothole.
Yes, she became a pothole. Yes, and I mean, going back over, my brother was such a gentle soul. I have seen him run into the middle of the street when there was gangs coming at each other from each end. And he stood there and he said, I know you. And he's pointing at one guy and one thing. And he'd turn around and point, and I know you. And you're both my mates. And I ain't going to watch you fight. Right?
Okay.
He was like that. He would walk, run up to two people fighting, and he would muscle his way until they were hitting him.
Mm-hmm. Talk about real defense. That's what real defense is. It's that wall you can't break. You know, it's the person that's gonna make sure that y'all come apart. You know, like say, willing it be their life that they'll put on the line, you know, due to two other people or more people's madness. Yeah, that's defense.
I
Is
loved him
like,
for that. I loved him for that because I used to do him and I did the same when we were children and coming between our father and our mother, right?
yeah, that's just what it's like, man. Defense, you know, all defense becomes the wall that everybody's punching and, you know, attacking that wall. You just can't break it. You know, you ain't. I don't think you're gonna break it when you in the wrong and your energy's not, say, righteous. You're not gonna break that wall.
I
You
know
know,
that.
or you ain't gonna break what defense is.
I know that too well, bro, because I still flip into those fucking states.
Yeah, man. Fighting's like a fish out of the water. That's what fighting is. Like we done, you know, went into oblivion when we get the wailing out.
I'm a very strong-minded man.
Well,
Mind's eye.
No doubt.
You know, I'm a very strong-minded man.
Respect, same here.
I got a hell of a strong will, bro. Fucking real strong, you know? And my will is just, it's probably my weapon, my forte. You know, it's just about everything I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, with my will, I could walk from here to Wellington City, our capital, without accepting a ride, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure could.
I could go 300 miles. I could go 1,000 miles without accepting a ride.
The whole plane. Yep. I think everybody here, what you just said, everybody here knows that they're capable of that too. Right. And, you know, shout out to the chat, everybody.
Yes. That's what we all have that. We all have that.
Yep.
And practicing our will is a very powerful thing, you know.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you can even use the will until you broke into it. You know, like where people use the term broken, it's not that you're broken, but you broke into say your genie lamp. And it's like where you broke into it, you have all opportunity to grasp what you need to manifest and help people see where you know, where things are broken into is not, it's not always that criminal coming in. You know what I mean? It ain't always the evil. You feel me? Sometimes it becomes you.
Much love.
You know, it becomes Alma. It becomes me breaking into the place that we need, you know, where the things we need really. And that's within self.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that people have chosen to do some kind of interview with me has opened up something in me that I never thought I had. I didn't think I had.
There it is.
anything. I didn't think I had anything useful to give. Mind's eye. I didn't think I had anything.
Hey, I was in that zone too. I was in that zone for a
Mhm.
while before I, woke up. So yep, it's tough.
Even,
It's tough.
even waking up, um, I even felt standoffish because I didn't think I had anything in my waking to
Mm-hmm.
to bring
To bring
forward.
forward. Mm.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, I went through it too, man. I can guarantee we all did, because I had my times where you know, I went and I spoke back to the fam, you know, and I that's where I did. I needed people like say my mom's advice, sisters, and all of that, but mainly say my parents, and that's where I kind of became who I am after I had got a real tough conversation as far as I was concerned, with my mom. You know what I mean? She was the only one that could tell me what I was gonna do with the things that I was waking up to, because I was in a lot of confusion before I was able to, bring myself forward where I've met y'all. And I yield there.
No, you're beautiful, bro. And I'll tell you what, it's thank you very much, Sister Armour, for bringing our friend up here, because he's
Much love, man.
aligning me to
Mhm.
things that I probably would not be able to relate if he hadn't have done so. So yeah, cool. Big ups to you,
Yeah.
bro.
Boy,
Yeah.
I've been trying for like 35 plus minutes to get up here. I done
Um,
made it though.
yeah, I'm glad you made it. Um, I think
So yeah, what's our next question? I mean,
yeah,
I'll go questions all
yeah, I
day.
was
Let's get it.
right. 'Cause, I think yeah, you kind of answered the first one, like, but I don't. Let me see. Yeah, like, so I'm guessing you would where the way you're living right now, the way where you are right now, that's where you want to be with Maureen, the grandchildren. So you're happy.
Oh yeah,
That's
hell
what I
yeah,
wanted to hear. Yeah.
hell yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
excuse me, I'm just going to open the curtain, but what a
Mm,
beautiful day, and it's as clear as a bell. No rain in sight. So
mm,
yeah,
I got gray clouds, but I'm all right.
yeah, there's a
yeah.
few grey clouds out there, but the
Man,
sun's
it
shining,
been a
and
torture.
I mean, this place for me, people say it. This is my brother. I got to relate this story because it's so funny, but it's so real at the same time.
Mm,
Is that when Maureen and I met? It was on my birthday, actually, which
mm,
is on the 20th of February. And I'll be 70
Okay.
on the 20th of February coming up, next one.
nice.
And yeah, so when we met, she said, "Where are we going to live?" And I says, "Oh, I don't know. Let's go to Waiheke Island." No, don't go there. It's too bloody expensive. So then we went to Nelson because she was living in Nelson. And we picked up all the gear. She had a car, so an old Mercedes Benz.
Okay.
And I bought a trailer. And we collected all our gear, her gear and my gear. And we loaded it into that car and onto that trailer. It was packed to the brim. And we said, "Where are we going to go?"
Uh-oh. Packed
And
them up.
we didn't know where. I mean, we went to Nelson and had a look down there. The prices of houses to rent was just off the
Right.
bloody scale.
Mm.
And I just couldn't believe it. I thought, where the hell are we going to go? And she said, well, have you ever been to the Wairarapa? And I says, actually, no, I've never been there. Actually, it's funny because, you know, I really pride myself in having seen my own country before I left and went to Australia. But I think about it, I've never been to the bloody Wairarapa. And she said, well, I was born in the Wairarapa in Masterton. A little place called Mangaraki. And
Okay.
and I said, oh, where the hell's that? Mangaraki. And she goes, oh, that's like near the coast. And you couldn't describe it. You couldn't describe it without having to see it for yourself. So. But it's a little place even more remote than even Masterton and some of these other places are. To some people, to the likes of myself, who had always used the main trunk line to go from Wellington up north. And the main trunk line was on the other side of the valley where the Wairarapa was. And so I never got to visit it, really. But here was, she said to me, well, let's go, let's have a look. And so we packed up the car and we moved to Beverly. Nobody.
Your car, y'all vehicles were
Loaded
stuck
up the car and moved to Beverly. I feel like a hillbilly, you know, when I say that. But yeah.
That's life, man. That's life. Life is the backpack.
Yeah, and so we came to this beautiful spot here, and when we drove over the hill, I stopped at the top of the hill. And I said to Maureen, I says, wow, I think I'm going to like it here. You know, you stopped at the car at the top of the hill, and I just surveyed the valley.
Uh-huh.
And I just looked at it, I said, yeah, I'm going to like it here.
So you was literally healing.
Yeah.
Stay at the top of that hill. You know what I mean? You got to go there. You know, when they say you don't got to go down. You can stay at the top.
Yeah. So, I mean, I loved it. As soon as I viewed it, and it's been, I mean, I haven't found any reason not to want to even leave here since coming here. We went to Masterton, of course, and when we went to Masterton, we moved into the town or the city. I mean, it's almost a city size, but it's still classed as a town, Mastertown. But yeah, it's a country town, and it's got country folk in it, and I'm a country folk person, so I identified with this place real easy. But when we moved into it, we had a house in town. We got a 2-bedroom house in town, a real cheap rent, actually. It was really amazing. Maureen's sister, we stayed a couple of days with her, and she said, oh, look, in the paper, it was just like it was all fitting together, like it came together. I don't know how else to put this.
That's
but
what
it just came together, bro. It was like we got this 2-bedroom house for real cheap rent out of the paper, and we were there 5 years, and we're always saying we're going to get a house in the country. We're getting a house. That was what we came here with, the intention. We're going to get a house in the country. We're not going to live in a city or a town. Well, we got to live in a town for 5 years, but we had our intention right with us all the way. And all the way down, my brother and all these other people say, you will never find a bloody place. You can't find it. You can't rent a house for love nor money. You have to get on a waiting list to get a place. Well, we proved that wrong, getting a house in Masterton like that. Bang. Mm-hmm. And then we proved it. And then my intention has always been to live in the country. Mm-hmm. And so was Maureen's. And so, like that, when her sister was talking to us and she was staying with us at the time, she says, Oh, look. And she'd read the paper, and again, she found another place in the country. Right?
Yeah,
And that
that's hey.
just happened. I mean, we
When
never
you go
saved
out,
a cent. We never saved
Denny,
any money to do this. There's no money that got us
Denny,
into
you
this
hear me?
place.
Look,
Sorry?
when you go out on a limb, say you more likely to fly than to fall. You more likely to succeed than fail. You know, um, like I heard Amma say a little second ago. She said it. You there, Amma? Make sure she there.
Yeah, I'm here.
I heard you say earlier. You mentioned crawling before you walk. Like, what was you getting at with that? Because it's kind of reminding me of what Dean's speaking on.
Oh yeah, I was speaking on grounding yourself. Like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You
but
gotta crawl
crawling
before.
before you walk. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then it goes to running, and after that, nothing more than flying.
Nothing more than flying, bro. I had an astral travel moment where I actually flew.
Ooh.
Hey, I gotta pause you right there, real quick. You see, because I had a dream, or it was a say projection. I had myself, and
Yeah.
inside of it, I flew. So I mean, yep.
See?
You got it though. You can continue.
Yeah, so I feel like this. Actually, when you said that, I just wow, I got a connection off that. It's like all we need to do is fly, really, to let our minds go, and we can fly.
Mm-hmm. You do something magnetic. Do something
Mhm.
magnetic, and the people would draw to you. Like imagine like say that hole on 300. Like they'll be falling towards you, just being attracted to what you do. You know what I mean? So like where you go in your like say intentions, it'll make people draw to you, like Forrest when he was gumping. Forrest was just
Exactly.
gumping,
Yeah.
and the
He was
world
just
followed
going.
that dude.
Exactly.
I see Drop in the building too, though.
Sir Drop in the building.
Oh, bring him up. I love to have a yarn with him.
We in it.
Hey, what's happening? My audio fucked up.
It sounds
Hey,
different.
Drop, how are you? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real low or real high.
A little bit low.
Yeah, but yeah, we hear you.
That's cool. Hey, but when you was talking about the houses, right, and the waiting list, this, that, and the third, they doing a little scam up here, man, where like you can buy a house, never rent it out, and just collect application fees. So the application fee would be $30, right? You get 30 application fees a week, and that's your rent, and you don't got to deal with no tenants. So it'd be so hard to find a spot because everybody doing the application scam. They need to fix that. Application should be free. So they just deny everybody. When you turn it in, they just deny it, and then keep it moving.
Yeah, I fully get that. That application thing for people to go and get. I mean, that's a rule. It's a system. And the thing is, they're roping in only the people that can afford the big rentals, right? It's a gimmick to get everybody to come in and put a name on a list and wait, another waiting situation as far as I'm concerned. That's what they like to do to people.
Yeah, the gimmick. Woo. Hey, the gimmick, it's another word, say mimic, or say my mic, so like say where you heard it all before type shit. Hmm. Like say where the radio come on, people sound like the singer when they sing along. Yet it's like it's a say a mimic to the shit. Once you got common sense, then it's like you force yourself to be a stupor. So when things
Well,
sound the
no.
same,
Sorry,
when
carry
things
on.
sound the same, it becomes like a gimmick. Or this where you can use discernment and really see if there's deception or
Well, I've got something going on here with this conversation, right? Because I think that intelligence is a powerful tool, right?
if it is.
But I have seen a very lot of very intelligent people being trapped by certain tricks, manipulations here, right?
That's what they do.
And I mean, sometimes you say to yourself, well, they say, oh, well, you're not getting it because you're not intelligent enough. But some of these people who proclaim to be these intelligent ones, they're totally caught up in being a goyim, a cattle for the system, right?
Yeah. Or run around, literally, like say dog chasing the tail.
Yeah, but
like,
they think they're that bloody that
the
smart and
parasitical.
intelligent. They will tell you what you're doing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And won't accept the fact that they're doing
image.
anything wrong either,
Yeah. It's like a parasite or say, what do y'all really think where evolution happens? Because I don't know the name of that one bird, but it's a bird that'll drop its baby off in the next, say, bird's nest.
Like I think
the cuckoo.
The cuckoo.
The cuckoo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Woo. Yeah.
Was telling us about that.
Go ahead, drop. You say?
Amma was telling us about that.
Yeah, I saw it. I think it was on Netflix. Yeah, I was watching animals documentary.
Parasitical nature, huh? Is that kind of what it is?
Yeah.
As far as evolution, it's a bunch of hogwash bullshit.
That's good point, Mind's Eye. Good point. Drop them off in somebody else's nest.
I think Sairdrop was saying something, but his mic is really low, so I don't think you heard him, Dean.
No, I didn't hear him. Sorry.
I can hear everybody.
Cool. I'm gonna do it like this so y'all can hear me. There we go, guys.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, now look, evolution is a bunch of hogwash. There's nothing new under the sun. Now people get bigger and smaller throughout the ages. They get smarter and dumber throughout the ages. But far as something changing into something else, if that's the case, we'll be seeing new things, not things mixing like a tiger and a lion. No, they always had ligers. Them motherfuckers been fucking. When they give you, they trying to put a start to something that has no start. There's no beginning and there's no ending. It just always was. So if it always was, then there wasn't no Big Bang Theory. There wasn't monkeys turning into men. None of that shit. It been exactly how. This is just what I believe because I wasn't there at the beginning.
I don't
No,
believe
no, I
it's the
get you
beginning.
fully, bro. I get you fully. Yep.
Look, I got a question. Do you think, say, Drought, do you think that, like, say, all of these animals that's here, you don't think they did evolve from some state, from the ancient worlds? You know what
Yeah,
I
they
mean?
changed a little bit, but like a horse ain't about to turn into a zebra. Uh, uh,
Nah.
you know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by it. But yeah, cross contamination of, well, not cross contamination, but crossbreeding and all that, you get different species,
Mhm.
as you crossbreed. So like a dog is from the wolf family, but it still resembles a wolf. It's
Yeah.
not like you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it's
I,
nothing new under the sun. That's all I'm
I,
saying.
hey, I feel you because, I say I'm going somewhere with this. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, where you just mentioned that the dogs, they all still have the same stature, they had the standard body of the dog, no matter what size, say the dog get real small. Damn, he's smaller than some cats, and that's where they just doing, say, genetic manipulation, hands and syringe in a little lab or whatnot. But like say this is the stuff you could have did, or because your hands mold more than clay, like say where they talked about art and all of that. Like art was a lot more intricate than what we doing today. We make it look real, man. They was using real shit
Yeah.
back then. They was using the flesh and bone of these organic beings out here. You know what I'm saying? Putting shit together from say even the say just the vessel, like they put a motherfucking monkey head on some other shit. So yeah, they just genetically manipulated vessels from the physical appearance down to the say microbial genetic,
It can happen naturally also, sort of like whales used to have feet, but they was in the water so much it turned to fins. Walruses,
Okay.
that's why they gotta breathe. They breathe air. They don't breathe in the water. They gotta come up for air. All these type of
Mm-hmm.
creatures used to be on land. So by the shit changing, they you if you if your family lived in the water and y'all just came up for air all the time, through the by the fifth, sixth generation, y'all gonna have webbed feet, or it's gonna change some kind of way to be able to deal with the water. You know what I'm saying? So then
Yeah.
once you get into your DNA and you have a baby, right? It's in your feet look the same, but now this water DNA, this whole thing is in your body, and when you have a kid, they're gonna be
Saturation.
more equipped to deal with the water. If
Yes.
you
Yes.
know what
That's
I'm saying.
Oh,
evolution in itself, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, that's the only way I look at evolution. But as far as God saying, "Let there be light," then I created this and that and that and this. Who told you that that's what God said? God ain't came down here and told nobody how he did this. So once somebody get to trying to explain it, it's like, bro, you wasn't there, wasn't nobody there. So everything would be speculation at this point. But they be trying to stand on it as facts, especially these quote
mhm.
unquote fake scientists.
Not the science lioness. Damn.
Yeah, the science lions.
And the Lord Jesus, he said to me, he came down. Let me stop.
Roar.
Oh, that's beautiful. when you uh, when you showed that one the other day with that yeah, with you and Phil were doing that guy, and he was drunk or something, was he?
I think so.
I mean, hell, he looked like he was drunk.
Awesome.
He was almost falling over.
Mm. But
I
that's
don't
how
know
they.
about drunk, but I'm about to roll a blunt.
Oh shit. Mm-mm.
Oh,
Hey, we still there though. Don't let me get away from, say a point that I'm trying to get to as far as, you know, uh
you right, bro. You right.
What you were saying
say
about
dealing, huh?
If so, Alma wants to ask another question and carry on.
Okay.
Um,
okay,
I'm
let me
all up.
yeah, let's ask and y'all can answer because it's
Yeah, yeah.
let me find out. I already asked them because I already did a one-on-one with them, but I'm gonna ask everybody again because now it's another year. People think different. So let's say, let's go to the island question. Let's say you're on an island. It's deserted. You've been stranded there for like maybe over 20 years by yourself. It's a tropical island. There's food, everything, but you're still by yourself for 20 years. One day you walk on the beach, um, reminiscing, and there you see a bottle laying on the beach. You pick the bottle up, you open it up, and out of the bottle comes a genie. And the genie looks at you and it grants you one wish. What would you wish for? I'm gonna start with Dean.
From now, knowing what I know now.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, if I'd spent 20 years on my own, I think I'd be wanting some kind of friend.
Okay. A companion.
I would be looking for a friend. I wouldn't say necessarily man or woman. I'm not sure. I mean, naturally, we being male, you would extend yourself to say that you would look for a woman, a female friend. But that's only from this point of script where I'm thinking that I mean, I'll be looking at it as a mate rather than a friend. Because, I mean, your animals have got mates. They have a male mate and a female mate. So I
Yeah,
kind of
that's
feel
right.
that would influence me in my thoughts. But yeah, I would say I'd be looking for a female friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
I respect that. Who wants to go next? Mine side still drop.
I'll go. I'd ask for, or I wish for, say, spiritual enrichment. You know, that's the first thing I'd ask for. Like, say, you know, like real rich awareness. That's what I'd ask for.
I
You
feel
know,
I
like
feel
say tied to spiritual hacks and all of that kind of stuff. Like, go ahead, Dean.
I was just gonna say I feel like if you're out there on your own in the middle of it all with nobody else around you, I feel you pretty much feel connected to yourself. You know, like I think some of the greatest mind-opening times for me was when I've been on my own. You know, say being on my own, but say like have taken that thoughts to the countryside or the bush, and that's where I will break them down, and I'll sort of what's a word? Acclimatize them into myself, my feelings and my thoughts. Yeah, but anyway, I'll just leave
Okay.
it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like say this is what it's about, really. Everybody being able to see the truth for themselves, you know.
Anyway, next one. It's a drop.
Uh, shit, what was the question? What would I ask God for?
No, the genie. If you had
The
one
genie.
wish,
A
you know,
genie?
on the
Uh,
you've
to be
been
a genie?
on the island for 20 years by yourself, tropical island. You would
I
hate.
ask to be a genie.
Dang it. Mm.
That's basically what I say for real. You know, cause it's like say where I ask for spiritual awareness is,
Mm.
they lined up with that because like I'd be just like the genie because I'd always be able to help, you know. So
But then,
yeah, I resonate that.
you end up in the bottle because he's gonna switch trading places.
I'm gonna make sure I ask. I ain't gonna let this motherfucker trick me.
Oh, so yeah, I would put a stipulation on it. I want to
Yeah.
be a genie out the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
There we go.
I'm gonna tell his ass, hold on, listen up though.
Can a
Right.
genie grant his own wishes though? You might just be a genie
He
that if you
can.
don't
That's
meet
why.
nobody, you can't do nothing but just be a.
Hey, he can. That's why That's why that motherfucker the genie is granting his wishes through your ass. You know what I mean?
So
It's just like that, and that's like say if you ask me, that's how men feel where we are, say providers and protectors.
mm,
You know what I
so
mean? That's what you there for.
I got another question. I never asked this one before, but here goes. Let's say you are Adam. God tells you you're in the Garden of Eden, and God shows you the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. He told you, yeah, let me switch it up. He says, don't touch neither one of them. Just leave it alone. You can have everything in paradise, but these two trees, leave them alone. And then he leaves. Now you're by yourself as Adam. You're
I'm
getting
touching
hungry. The tree of knowledge has, like, oh my goodness, like, the shiniest red fruit you can imagine. And the tree of life has blue fruit, but it's so shiny too. It's, oh my god, it looks juicy. Which one would you pick if you were to pick one? The tree of life
Huh?
or the tree of knowledge?
Uh, I'm. Oh, go ahead. You got it, brother.
Oh, it's just a one liner. I'm taking a tree of life. I don't need to know everything all like that. Just
Yeah,
give me life. That's all I need, man. I'll make
I'll
it
take.
work.
I'll receive the tree of knowledge because I'll become the tree of life through it. Know what I mean? Yeah, that's I'm going for it.
And
That,
then
you know
I
what I
was
mean?
watching. I'm gonna give it right to you. I was watching Lucifer, right? And Cain's ass is trying to kill itself. Do you know if you couldn't die, that's what you would want to do? If you couldn't die, you would try every way impossible to die, man. It's
Mm,
like we all want what we can't get. That's why people
yeah.
want to live forever until they live for fucking ever. And you be like, you ain't bored yet? Been here
yeah.
3,000 years, same body. Memory was never reset because we've been here for 3,000 years, but our brains reset and our bodies reset. Everything resets except the
Mm,
soul. So just imagine everybody you ever met died
mm,
and you didn't, bro. That would be insane. Kane got it bad.
mm,
Go
I
ahead,
think,
dude. My
I
bad.
think, I think, I actually look at that phrase, you cannot die, as being a non-meat sack type being. So before we became a meat sack, our soul was in a place where it never died, and it's still in there.
mm-hmm.
It's just once we leave this flesh, we go back to it. And
It's
so
like looking in the mirror.
I see life as being an experience. It gives us, it takes our boredom away from being stuck in that
It's like
place where
being
we
in the
cannot
mirror.
die, right?
Hmm.
So it gives us a death experience by having a life experience, right?
See, when you find out that you can't die, like Drop was just saying, you know, and you don't want to see if it's real, and it's just like being able to and coming right back. You know.
Well, I've always wanted to live forever, as a child, even. You know, I mean, when I was young, I believed that I was going to live forever. And when I look at it now and look at that as what you're saying there, right there, is that's where exactly we are. But we have these life experiences to stop the boredom, you know?
It's like just like the bee or the beetle or any other bug you can think of. Because
Yeah,
it's
having a
real as
life
you know.
experience.
It's real as a bee losing its stinger. You know, like say the color pattern on the bee is kind of like a flush. You know, like say the genie come out of the tip of the lamp. You know, it's kind of like that. So where we do put down the old suit is just like say that of the bee. That's part of our living forever. You know, like say that's the blink.
So you know, if Sister had asked us if you were living on a desert island and it had all that you needed, or you were living on a desert island that had nothing on it, what would your purpose be out of that? For me, I would want, if I was asking that genie to bring some life back into that island, right?
That's right. Or show you where it's at, because it's life is before us. It's like that's everything that you learn and you wake up, like we call consciousness. But until you do that, life, like say, take the first two letters, it lies to you. It lies to your face, like LIFE. It lies before you. So where you come along and say you put your currency on it, you pay attention to it, then it's like, imagine your vision literally going like whatever you look at it spark up and just become alive if you look at it. That's what your paying attention does to things. You wake it up.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You light it
I
up.
mean, if I was to look at it from, say, a deer's point of view, or a dog or the cat, and ask them what, and tell them the first two letters are lie. Well, for a start, they're not bound by the same kind of script as we are. For a start, right? So to tell them that life is a lie, it's a waste of time, because they do not have language. They do not have script that belies upon them, right?
Right. They literally have what we have, and it's everything you see. They speak body language. Like, they say if a bear mess with you, lay your ass down. They say get the fetal position and the bear leave you alone, but it's like where you lie there, like that's the truth. You know what I mean? Everything that lies before you, where it is in your path, kind of like an observatory, and it's there for you to look at, like say like say some of the shit don't touch, or keep your distance, because you know how the wild is. But it's like this is how you learn in the world. Like that's where people learn that
In the
like say,
earth, yes, in the earth. I mean,
look,
they
say
learn
this.
to
Look,
survive with the earth. But I mean, when you say the world, I know you mean the earth,
yeah.
but I find that word "world," I find it even just very discriminatory.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like we discriminate against the earth when we use the word "world," because the world, the word itself, lends itself to so many different places,
Yeah.
so many different ideals, whereas the realm, the earth, it's there. You can't push it out into some other galaxy
Mm-mm.
or another world. You can, it's there. It's the earth,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and I think that's why I am so particular in bringing that to the front of our knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
to the foresight, basically, is that we are caught up in this script, and it's all about the world and the
Oblivion.
system and how we feed it and how we build it. But
Mm-hmm.
if we separate ourselves out of it, it's like me saying I could live in the city or I could live in the country. I choose
Mm-hmm.
to live in the country because it's the earth. I could go to live in the city because it's the world, but it's not going to give me the peace and the calm that I'm looking for, that I
Mm-mm.
will get from
It'll burn
the
you
earth.
alive. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. It's like say where we look at the world before us, like imagine it all being ceased, the world before us, It's kind of like they be talking about where they dig up dinosaur bones and shit. It's all for your interpretation, you know. Um, it's like where you learn the more you learn. Say if you was in oblivion or just really dumbfounded and not serious about the life that you living right now, because some people can go where they treat this realm like as if it was fantasy, talking about everything fake, this,
Yeah,
every
yeah,
like show the people how tangible and real it is. Cause like say that fake stuff though got you running your mouth. Like what are you really saying? Like say if you gonna explain yourself, really, really explain it, instead of where people do what they do, they take it, instead of really learning. But it's like the more that they learn, if you in denial, you gonna go into wishing that the truth was a lie. You gonna wish it was a lie once you find out how real this fake shit is. You know what I mean? Like
yes.
once you see the holographic universe that you are a part of, where you particulated or you particulized from say nothing that's something into another something that's now, this all of this is real, yet it's like say the fake part, be able to explain it instead of just saying something's fake without showing the people what it is.
Without being able to receipt it. Mm.
Yeah, because it's all right here for us. And like say you could throw it away, but the idea of bring it back, because it's like everybody in the ether. Some people is manifesting, low vibrational energy. So it pops up everywhere. The manifestation of say where people thought they comprehend, but look what we do with, the spell that we're under. It's like say that's what we trying to crawl up out of, and I'm not exempt. I'm doing my best to, show you where it bends without breaking. And I'm gonna pause right there.
I'm just having some toast, so please excuse me.
Respect. We bend things and we break it all the time. So we can shape and mold without breaking something, or if we do, we know how to get it right.
Be gentle. Yeah. Really, I mean, we,
be careful.
Some of these discussions become heartfelt because we really believe them,
Mm-hmm.
Like a person who really believes that the world is a ball and it's spinning around. Those people they'll fiercely attack you when you try and tell them it's flat. If you try and actually give them, not say flat, but when I give them examples, I've 3 or 4 people I have changed them from being a globie. I wouldn't say I call them flatties either, because I don't see the Earth as a flat place. I see it as a level plane of existence.
I can see it from perspective. Just imagine how many different skulls with a perspective of seeing this place, where your imagination allows you to see it, and your common sense and all that, it'll align where it'll make sense for you, say whether you be wrong or right.
Yes,
because it's all it's all a belief that's like an explanation, or just your reasoning to keep you sane and grounded, instead of just falling through this black void that they say the world is in.
Well, there's some people that really get upset when you talk about the Earth, and you say to them, well, you're going off a bit there when you're stuck on a globe. You think that we're flying through space, and you tell them, well, how can you see the same stars in the same place every night if we're billions of miles away from where we were? The angle can't even be the same, right?
Right. It's stationary.
Yeah, but you can tell that to someone who's a ballie, and you say that the angle can't be the same. How can we see the same stars if we're in a totally different place? And they say, oh, because you just don't understand the size of it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody will come up with an excuse, because that's what belief does. Belief makes you find excuses, right?
Mm-hmm. The reasoning, it allows people to be sane in their world. Like, you got to put the walls up. And that's where you find the wall where you can project, say as far as you can project out, that's where your wall, or say the border of your world is. Kind of like walking behind the movie screen, and Love and Spirit up here with us, or Love and Light. Respect.
It's Kim. Yeah, it's Kim.
Kim,
hey, Kim, how are you?
Good. I like the energy, and what you guys are talking about, I'll add on. Keep going.
Let's get it.
I saw you in the chat. Let me tell you something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me get it with you. Hey, it is. Yeah. It's like projection. Projection is that, like, how far could you throw the rock? That's where your realm, kind of like your eyesight. That's where your world ends. Like say the ice wall is the eyes wall. Like your as far as your
Yes.
eyes can see, from say your imagination to your physical eyesight.
As
You
far
know,
as the eyes can see.
or
Oh,
the
that's
brain can think. You know,
That's brilliant.
I know. Sorry, I bust into okay. So
I
yeah, we
like
can
that. The
all take
eyes wall. I love that. Mind's eye. Brilliant, man.
respect, bro. Like that's far as everybody or each individual can jump. You know, and then you'd end up in front of the TV like that little baby. You know, remember everybody was like, get from in front of TV. I'ma get from in front of TV.
No, I want to see.
Or like look, say Dean, Kim, all y'all in the chat, like get from in front of TV because it's like they'll see through you. It's kind of like that youngster that always stood up and told the movies
Yeah,
on the on
you're
screen.
just so cool, bro. You're cool when you put it like that, bro. I mean, they see through you. You
You
know,
know,
that's
you be
just
like, hey y'all, you know, like say it's a person that know the
powerful.
film is bullshit. You're like, hey, everybody just gonna poison your mind. It's gonna fuck you up. Like say, right, I can go to the movies tonight and stand up in front of everybody, like, hey, love all y'all. But this shit can fuck with you. You know?
Fully.
People be like, he crazy and all. But yeah, it's like they can see the movie through a person that could, you know, or once you see that you are the source of your own film, you be the one in front of the TV. They say the camera do it add weight or do it take it off. It add that shit, don't it? The camera.
Yes,
yeah,
it does.
yes, it does. Yep.
Okay, so
We
you
Kimber, me and you, we skinny, right? Yeah, the camera adds.
well, hey, so Sherman Clump or the people that walk up to that little peephole, like they ain't even fat. It's the peephole that got them wide and all, look, and they all outside,
Right,
literally
because
on
the
the other side of
lens,
your door.
because the lens is like a
The
bubble. The lens
lens,
is like a
yeah,
bubble. The lens, yes.
yeah. Hey,
A
you looking
bubble.
like a damn snowman.
Yes.
You have a little head, big chest, and some big ass legs. You know,
Yeah.
damn.
Me and you, I love how you put that.
Right?
Motherfucker look, they threw some cabbage. That was a big ass TV to, you know, like say if the world's a stage, you know, then it's like a flat screen, and that was some real old television. They throw like imagine you being able to throw some cabbage through the TV at somebody that sucked. Like
Oh,
you know how they threw the tomatoes at them.
right. Oh, listen. Mind's eye. Let me stop you real quick. Oh my, listen to this.
You got it.
They went from flat screen TV to a more round bubble screen TV. What is the odds and the irony that we had flat screen TVs back in the day, and now the TVs are more.
No, it's
Look
the
like
other
you
way
inside a
around. We
damn
had
pool.
And then they
bubble
bring the thing in about the flat and ball Earth, but then you have flat TV, and then they break it more. Wait a minute.
No, it was round first, Kimba. It's the other way around. It was a round like a eyeball TV first, and then now
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well, still,
Ooh,
there's a connection. There's got to be a
Yeah.
connection.
mm-hmm.
See?
Yeah.
On TV,
Right.
and then it slowly brings that in, and then it brings in the psyop of the flat and round. Did they do that to get us ready for that?
Mhm.
That's weird.
Now look at this. Where you look at say a rainbow, right? You know the television or these screens work with that spectrum. Say the rainbow, but it arches the rainbow. You know, say it arches. So imagine, and where the rainbow cuts into the earth, or say it disappears, it does have a so below part. So this rainbow is a full sphere. Would y'all deny me that?
Not at all.
You know, say the part that's tangible and we can see it, you know, it'll be the rainbow in the atmosphere in front, behind us, wherever it is, you know. McCoy in the building, what's up?
The real McCoy.
Let's get bro in here real quick before we continue, man. What it be
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
man?
Much love to the bro.
Mic check, mic check.
Peace to
You in
everyone
the
on the
building?
panel.
Peace.
Salute to you. Peace to you, Soama.
Peace to
Soama.
Greatness
Salute
to
to
you,
you,
man.
Dean. Mind's Eye.
Oh, look, why just look, hold on, why just say Maine? You know I thought about the Lions, man. Look, just getting at it going 360 around the dome. You got it. I just be on one, man. Y'all gotta excuse.
Peace to everyone in the chat. Professor X, AK Crawling, not know, but I know he's out of here, but peace to you anyway. Osun Yemi. So what, this turned into a one-on-one with Dean, Soama?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay, that's cool. No, that's cool, because I had a question on my live for that big dog Philly OG posed, and I really did want to hear what Dean's answer was, but I saw that you were going live, so I told him like, nah, we'll have to just but if
Well, you can bring it here. What was the question, and outline that again for me, please?
Yeah, it was the question in regards to how do you deal with family members that are taking part in the agenda, and while you're trying to warn them about the agenda, how do you deal with that situation with family members that you care about, but yet they don't really want to take heed to what you're saying, and at the same time, how you know? So
I tell them that I love them still, no matter their decision. I love them still, no matter their decision.
Do you want to hear
my sister and I are very close. Probably closer than my other brother. But you know, like me and Dolphin and when my older brother, we were the closest. So I would say my older brother, he probably would have got it. He wouldn't have known any different. And I think being like my sister is the kind of person that will tell you, look, you got to do what's right for everyone, not just yourself, right? And so you got to be responsible for everybody else's feelings as well. And that's why she would have said, and she did say that to me, that I should have the jab and just get over myself. Whereas my brother, he would have taken that advice and got over himself, right? My younger brother, he didn't get over himself. He stood on his bloody haunches when I was talking about it. In fact, my brother and I, younger brother and I, have probably got on more. Better. I have a better relationship now because of this damn thing than we did before, because we now resonate in the same, voice, and that we know it's all, yeah. So me and my sister. I mean, I love my sister, and she sometimes says, these things. Oh, you just got to just get over yourself and do these things, and just stop being a self-centered bastard, or whatever she thinks I am. I don't know. I know she does think I'm a little bit over the top, eccentric. I am very eccentric. My mother was an eccentric person. I'm strong-willed and strong-minded. and very eccentric. But she knows that, and my sister and I love each other as sister and brother, and we can get over that. You know, we can get over that bloody hurdle, and we can still love each other just the same. Yeah.
I think Kimber wanted an opportunity to chime in on that one. Kimber, well, how would you deal with it? So I'm so sorry, but it was such a profound question that I even told Big Dog Philly OG that he should just have a panel on that question, you know, because I mean, how do we deal with our loved ones even though we see a different way, you know? But yes, Kimber, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that hits home for me, realist, because I went through that with my family, and then I broke it. I broke going through that, and I feel when you say that, that really hits my heart. For me, I wanted to, you know, as I say, sound the alarms to my family, you know, and Mind's Eye helped me with this. So it's the irony that we're all here together. I wanted to run around. I was the one running around going, you know, because I was worried. So I was like, how come you can't, you know? And I was driving me crazy. I was driving myself crazy, literally on my own with my own thoughts because I cared so much about my family. I wanted them to see what I saw. And then Mind's Eye helped me with it. He was like, it's like trying to get someone to see your perception. How do you get someone else to see what you see, you know? And it was hard. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around. It still is hard for me to wrap it around it. But I had to reach a point where, because like I said, it was driving me crazy, where I was like, am I going to let this drive me crazy because they're not seeing what I see? Because, you know, we all see and hear differently. So I was like, am I going to let that? Or can I somehow incorporate, because I live with my family, like I'm here in the house with them. So I am dealing with programmed family members and me and my son who are not. Okay. So I have my mother, the grandmother, and my 7-year-old niece who I am going to be raising, me. And then you got me and my son who are not. So I'm over here in the middle of a constant battle because she's being programmed, my niece, and I'm having to pull her back out of it in a fashionable manner, you know? And this goes back to what Dean said before, without like traumatizing her. She's a kid. I can't traumatize her. I already did it to my 19-year-old somewhat. I was already like, you got to see, I did it with him. You got to see, because he was the closest. It's my son, you know, he's 19. I was already kind of like, you got to see what I see. And he was already starting to watch stuff on YouTube. So he's already starting to see it himself. But my son even had to put the brakes on me a couple times and say, Mom, stop. What are you trying to make my life miserable over here? You know, I'm only 19. I want to experience life and do life. And I had to be like, oh, yeah. I was like, he wants to experience his life. So for me, it came down to people got to learn for themselves, see for themselves. Then I'll bring it right back to what Dean said before.
No doubt.
My mother is starting to now recognize a lot of shit and see stuff and what's going on. So now she'll come to me and be like, do you know this and such and such and such? And before I would have been like, yeah, because of blah, 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 you know. But I'm like, just pay attention. And then I let her go. Pay attention. All I can say is, well, just keep paying attention. And because of that, because I say that to her, just pay attention, she's coming to me with more and more stuff she's seeing. And I'm just sitting here taking it in like a monk. I hate to say, sitting here like taking it like a monk. And I'm like, okay. Because she's got to come to her own realization. You know, she's got to see it for herself. You know?
Yep, that's right. Hey, and that's what you call real, Kim.
Yep, and I'm
Like,
gonna
like
have
you
to
know,
break
Very
my
much.
7-year-old's programming. I'm gonna have to break my 7-year-old's programming on my own. Do you know how hard it's gonna be? So that's why at least I got the lesson with my 19-year-old. I got the lesson with him. So my niece, my mom will give her the phone because she's 80, and she wants her to herself. So I have to play like a tactic over here where it's like, okay, do your thing, but then I'm also going to pull her out sometimes, and have her do her art, keep her in touch with her skills. And then when she goes back to the grandma, okay, go back to the grandma. Then, but that's even like a mind screw on the kids, I think. Like you're going from this lifestyle to this to that, but I have no control over it. See, I have no control because I'm not her caretaker. Legally, she's my mom's. So
mhm.
I have
I
no
think
control over that
it's
scenario. If I did, she would not be getting that at all. So I'm over here under a big, huge battle, like fighting programmed family members against unprogrammed.
Just to
mhm.
So
say that Maureen
I yield.
resonates with you really well here, with what you're talking about.
Yes.
That's I think is say healthy for us to be able to move around. Say if it was like that, like just make sure that the child is mentally stable and has say the say an elite common sense. A common sense that's very sharp. Where so because that's what we gotta get used to is changing our environments and being able to adapt with different surroundings. That's you know yet it does, and it always got to be a place that is safe as a safe or what have you.
W-
Yes.
Well, when it all started, since my whole family knows I dig into stuff, or let me say, I don't want to call myself woke, but they know that I'm, into the metaverse thingy and the spirituality. So they all came to me like, what should I do? Should I take the jibber jabber? I'm like, no, no, and no. And most of them still did. So I don't know. And they're, my sisters, my brothers, and y'all know, one of my sisters is going through it right now, but nothing I could say. At least I thought I did I did a good thing by telling them, like, the pros and the cons. Um, they all pretended to hear me out or to listen, or because nearly all of them said, no, we're not going to do it if that's the case, blah 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 blah. So um and after all that, most of them still went ahead, and their excuse was like, no, I don't want to get sick, and da 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 da. I'm like, oh wow, wow. So yeah.
Sis- Sister,
Mm.
Sister Arma, may I just say that Maureen's awake now? Uh,
Yes.
and you can ask her a few questions too if you'd like.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me think. Yeah. Phil is not real. Hmm.
Or just say hi.
Yeah. Hey,
Just
Miss
say hi.
Maureen. Much love
What's
to
that?
you. Oh, and did she say something?
Yeah. Hey, she's talking. I like you ask her, love. She said, ask you what, did you say anything? Yeah, I just said hello, everyone.
Oh, okay.
I hope you're all well. She's having
Yes.
her toast and coffee in bed.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Maureen.
Hi.
Much love.
Hello.
Hey, Maureen. Hey,
Greatest to
Maureen.
you. Greatest to you, girl.
Yeah. So Amma, did you see Mama Chu? I stepped away. I was listening, but I wasn't able to read the comments. Did you see Mama Chula for
Mommy
you's
Chula.
comments? Mama Chula is
I,
uh I deal with my family members who follow the system and illusions from afar. I broke free from the system, so why would I stunt my own growth if they don't want to break the chains?
yeah, but that's the thing. I can't really separate myself because it's blood, blood in blood. Like it's like so I can't really separate my, even though they know how I think. Like I changed my mindset throughout the years, but we're still family, so I can't just be like not have contact with them, even though they still think different. I stopped trying to change their mind, but I'm still family, so yeah.
Yeah, I would
Mm.
say depending on your situation, like I'm 49 realist. I live with my mother. So in my situation, and as old as she's going, I'm not looking to try to break away. If maybe I was younger, the scenario was different. So yeah, everyone's gonna do what they gotta do. Whether you can leave the family because you feel they're gonna stunt your growth, or you live with them and you're gonna try to make it
Yeah.
work somehow. Everyone's gotta find their way, of
We
Does
where
it
you don't
it's
lose
just
your
like
mind.
does it frustrate you though, so Amma? Does it give you any kind of emotional in
Yeah.
a negative, or it affects you though, huh? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I've learned to see everything for what it is. You know what I mean? um I can't be fake, and I know it's like how do you say that? Like I tell you something, I show you, I did the research, I'm showing you everything I found out, and then you pretend to agree and then still do it, then nah, I ain't gonna try no more. I'ma still love you, but
yeah, that's
Also,
fire because it's like
also,
where you gotta love them from a distance. It's still a connection there, long distance connection.
yeah.
also, Yummy, what's up with all these eyes and ears?
For sure.
Peace, old
I
son,
know why.
Jimmy.
I know
What's
why I
up,
used to put
baby?
those eyes in the chat, but what's up with all this so soon, Yummy?
I don't know.
I
But
would definitely
only
like to see what she would have to say in regards. I would like to hear what every. I mean, that's why I told Big Dog Philly OG. This is a panel of all panels, because we all have to deal with this issue. It's like we want to go a certain
Yeah.
direction, but our family members are going in
yeah.
another. How do you deal with that? That's a tough one.
How do you pull that boat and stir it? Huh?
And it started when we like, I'm sure every last one of y'all on the panel, it started with when we became aware, you know. Then
Sure.
you gotta leave some behind. The most stubborn one, that cousin or that auntie, or you gotta leave them behind, but you still love them.
Yeah, mine started when I stopped eating meat. Oh,
Mm.
that shook up my Jamaican family because they,
Ah,
they're like yeah,
What?
because they knew how much I really enjoyed curry chicken and oxtails, and then here I am saying no, and they're like, what? Nah,
right.
this is just a phase. So it started like 20 years ago.
Mhm.
That realist, that'd be as bad as me saying I don't
Yeah.
want a steak. My mom would be like, "What? You don't want steak, girl?" Yeah.
Just another praise. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what it is. But the apples don't fall far from the tree, so
Yeah.
we all gotta coexist.
I want to say hi to Professor X, Phil amongst us, our predators, Quentin Emerson in the building, Mama Chula, who did I miss? Suzanne Thompson,
Mommy Chula, peace to crew.
and
Much
look,
love.
my first ever. Thank you, Quentin. I'ma check it. Much love to you. He hit the Cash App. Yo, yeah. We rolling. Let me stop.
Oh, that's your first ever Cash App?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Well, I
Celebrate
think
with
you
us. Come on.
did you just set up
Damn.
your Cash App though? Did you just set up your Cash App? Because
I'm
it
gonna have
Yeah,
used
to
to be
tap
just
in.
PayPal.
yeah. I had the PayPal, but now I got the Cash App too. So yeah,
Okay, all
gratitude,
right.
gratitude.
Hit the Cash App like Umar Johnson. Say hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App.
Chad,
$
I'm gonna tap in.
FBMG.
So shout
Oh,
out though. This is a powerful panel though. Let
yeah,
me say.
yep. Um, I'm thinking. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, cause I'm still asking questions to Dino, and y'all can answer too, right? Um, let's say Mr. Dean and Maureen, Dean and Maureen. That rhymes. Um, if let's say somebody approaches you and is like, "Psst, yo, Dean, listen, the world is gonna end in 24 hours. And it's they tell you that. What would you do with that knowledge?
Hmm.
I always like that question. That's a favorite question of mine, girl. I like to give that people that question.
People say they usually want to run and hide, but I don't feel that way actually. I mean, if the thing is, if it's going to end, you ain't got any bloody choice in the matter, right? There's no point in running. You're never going to get away from that. So you may as well just face it. I mean, I look at it like, well, the script is so far that when we get old, we die, right? So, I mean, I'm 70 now. I'm bloody closer than somebody who's 20. If old age is the bloody crux where we come to the end and we die, well, I'm a bloody sight closer to that than they are, right? So how do I feel about that? Well, I'm not scared of death. People say to me sometimes, "Oh, how can you swim in the ocean when there's all those sharks and bloody things that'll get you?" Well, if I was scared of swimming in the ocean, and that I would have been scared of living. I would have been scared of doing bloody anything. So I'm not scared of dying because I don't see it as something to be afraid of. Because really, all we're doing is we're moving from one. We're like a butterfly. We're like a caterpillar moving into a butterfly. That's what I feel. That we metamorphose back to ourself, our true self, from where we were before as a butterfly, and then we only become a caterpillar while we're here, right?
Mm-hmm. We are the ones. Like can't nobody take your point of view or your vision or your mainframe away. Like everything that you are experiencing, they better believe it. Like we ain't lying or making it up. Like we grew up and this is say maybe the things that get on us. The earth is dirty. It's like say where you clean up is like eating the meat and spitting out the bones. Knowing better in a world where they don't know better, yeah, it's like torture. You know what I mean? Because you gotta watch all of it. You gotta channel it. And you can't tell me like some of the things on this planet won't affect you. And I had that wish too. I had that wish, Alma, myself.
Mm.
I'd wished or I said that I'd make that wish to be able to see everything from the creator's point of view. And I thought about it like, nah, because there's some things I don't want to see. I don't, and it's the reason why I don't see it and I ain't there where the craziest of things happen on this plane.
You know
You know,
you're not there yet. I'm sorry. Mine's like, you
yeah,
know you're not there yet, right? Is that
yeah,
what?
yep,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
It'll overload
And
my
you're a
brain.
Capricorn. You're a Capricorn. Same thing over here. I'm sorry. I got to say that same thing. I've
Yeah,
been asking and I've been saying, wait a minute. I don't think I want to see everything. I don't think I'm ready. A lot,
you
but
know,
not everything.
it'd
Yeah.
be like it'd be like say, your head will pop, you know, and then like not being able to do nothing about the things you be
Right.
exposed to.
Right.
Like say the creator is something else, cause like yeah, like as above so below, where you get yourself in the things, you know where you at as far as you concerned. So just look around and see where you at and what you doing. That's how I see it.
I,
Cause everybody, you can look dumb, you know what I mean, but you know what you're doing.
I do have
You got it, bro.
question. I do have a question for Dean. I did miss like the first. Did you have Dean on immediately, Sohama, or because I'm
Yeah, almost kind of.
okay?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you might have asked him this question already, and I was back and forth trying to settle the children. Did you ask him like, did he? Looking back, is there any regrets that he would have had?
Yeah, kind of like
Somewhat. Okay.
yeah.
I
Like
think there's somebody in the room,
anything
so I
that
muted them off.
anything
Um,
like he would have changed, or or that he would have wished that he was more aware of in that aspect.
Yeah.
Run it past me again. I had people in the room. Sorry.
No,
So I
I
had to-
asked you like are you happy with the way you're living now? So yeah, you told us about your past and your brothers
yeah,
and your
yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Am I happy? I feel this is the right place for me, and I'm happy. Yes, I am happy here because I'm able to do the things that I feel are important. And that one thing that I always talk about is the earth, of course, and how I feel I mean, if you live somewhere, it's up to you how you live there. So to me, I feel that we have to have some kind of responsibility for the place we live. And that's why I'm sort of so maybe earthbound. I don't know if you call it earthbound. I feel that if I'm going to leave something for the future of our grandchildren, then the best thing I can do is make it, as to show them how and to give them, to give them all the right reasons to see things rather than just growing for yourself and looking after yourself. You don't need anything else to help you really. But I've got a big thing about the earth and how it's the health of the earth is important to me.
So
it's my backyard basically.
yes.
Yeah.
So can y'all and the question is for everybody on the panel. When was can you tell me a moment in your life, or was there a moment in your life where you realized that it's not all about you? It's about like how I want to ask this question. Like, was there a moment in your life where you realized like wow, I got like something you can't put your finger on it, God, whatever, the most high, nature, something helped you out right there in that moment where you realize wow, it's this is bigger than me, I gotta change my life.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep, yep. And quite a few times. More stuck out than others. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah, it's big. It's real. You feel me? And that's like say where it gets so deep. Well, let me pause because I ain't even trying to go all there.
Well, I'll sneak on in here and say that what changed for me was when I knew that there were beings out there who knew my thoughts and had noticed me to the point that it was tears of joy, but at the same time disbelief um, that all the millions and billions of people on this earth. Is my audio good? Because it taps out after a little while. My
No,
audio good?
You
yeah.
clear?
Yep.
Yeah, it was I was experiencing this where I was early on in my search, and not everyone abandoned me, but I guess it goes back to that question where we say how we dealt with our family, and somewhat everyone had abandoned me, and I was left to myself, and I spoke in my mind, and I was seeing results, and I got overwhelmed, like of all the people on earth, that these beings noticed me. That like shook my whole like, and that's when I knew this thing was bigger than me, and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
and that and I wanted to continue tapping into that it's like everywhere I went, it was being prepared for me. All my thoughts were being manifested, and that became overwhelming, and that's how I became a Muslim at that time. I'm no longer a Muslim. I'm not into religion, but because I felt like the Muslims, who Islam means to surrender, so I went over there and tapped in with them at the time because I didn't know what to do with this. So yeah, that was early on in my development. It just became overwhelming, and that's when that's when I knew this thing was huge. It was big. Yeah.
That's right. Destiny. You know, everything it does, like say where you gain control, it should. The world should say unfold for you, or you should be able to walk as the king or the queen that you are. It shall be benefits for those that go into their awakening. You know, we should be receiving our directions and all of that on how we, become a better person and evolving. Because the human body is just like a caterpillars in this process. So yeah, that's what I think, and I call it sometimes it's cheat codes because where we get to talk is like our thoughts out loud. And that's kind of like cheating where they talk about talking in the classroom or the library. And look, the library, like,
Where they bury all the lies.
yeah, it ain't really a lie till we say something. Shit, whoever hear you could point at you and say you lying. But if it's tangible, all they can do is believe the truth that's in their face, be it a positive or a negative situation. So we on our mission.
So Amma, did you have or Kimba, did you have a moment where you all knew to answer your own question? So Amma, did you want to share your moment at all with us, or did Dean answer that question at all?
No, not yet.
Oh,
no,
okay.
he hasn't really. I'm just like, I mean, my awakening for me was I mean, I'm still, I'm still awakening, really. It's ongoing, really.
It all resets when you go to sleep tonight.
Yeah,
But you
it
didn't
was.
you
It's
didn't
not
have
all
that
about the
moment
awake.
though. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say the question is not. I'm not asking it like when did you woke up, or it's like something happened
Yeah.
significant, almost like a miracle in your life where you had to change. Like, nah, I can't go on this way. I gotta, because it's bigger than me. That's what. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean,
Mm.
for bigger than me, was when my sister said it's about time you changed, don't you think? I mean, because I was so angry all the time, and because of the frustration, because I couldn't sort out what it was that was making me angry, as much as I thought it was the people around me, but it wasn't. It was really me and my own turmoil inside that made me angry and frustrated, and my sister actually was probably the one that gave me a turning point, to see it as greater than myself, and that I wasn't just alone in that. There were heaps of other people in that, and she sheltered me a trip, or I think an experience with a thing called the Forum, and I think I've related this to Chuck and probably several other people, but basically the Forum was about getting up on stage in front of meager amounts of people and opening up and relating all the things inside that hurt you, that you felt that you had to defend yourself about. And different experiences, they got me to write, well, they got us all to write down the different experiences that we felt were holding us back, or were stopping us from empowering ourselves, because this is what the program was about, was to empower self. So my place of change needed to come from a place of turning away from anger. The tutor, she was called, she was like, she had probably about like a classroom's worth of people, say 20 or 30 people to her, allotted to her. There were thousands of people in this forum. We had Wednesdays and Friday nights, and I was working a dairy farm where I was working probably 9-10 hours a day, starting at 4 o'clock in the morning. And so I'd knock off work, and at night finish milking the cows, put everything away, smash my dinner back, and then head off to Auckland to go and join them with the forum. And so when she got me, I mean, when we were up on stage, we were relating the things that we felt hurt by. And my anger was around my dad, because he was a broken man that came back from the war with no rehabilitation, with no what they call it, debriefing, even, to be debriefed from the war. It's a big thing. Today we get people who debrief themselves from all sorts of things, and they go through lots of psychiatric help, and there's lots of avenues for people to find help from these things. But in Dad's day, it wasn't. So he was he was pretty angry and mixed up, and what I call fucked up over it. And so he was angry as well, and he didn't understand why his anger was like that. And he took it out on his family, and because he took it out on his family, he built that hatred up in me for him. I took it out on him, or he was my nemesis for my anger. And so whenever this woman talked to me, of course, the forefront of my anger would come to the surface every time, and it was always my dad. So she got me to start writing a list, and the list involved me writing out all the things that made me angry. And of course, my dad was always at the top. And of course, my anger, as I'm saying here, I was pointing my anger towards other people. To anything that showed resentment, or say something that was in my face, or whatever, trying to make me see things, I would turn angst against it, because it was like, you're trying to power trip over me, and I'm not holding anyone having a power trip over me. That's where I came from, because I always saw it as a power trip over top of me. This thing, this authority over me, I felt was, uncalled for. So anyway, I wrote this list out, and of course, there were people in my life that I had fallen out with because of an angry moment where I didn't understand what they were saying, or they didn't understand what I was saying, or we neither bloody came to some kind of conclusion, and I just reacted with them. And when I reacted with them, you both, probably a lot of people would know how I have got mixed up. Mind's eye would probably be the one that would recognise what I was what I was like by my actions the other couple of weeks back, maybe a month ago now. But so I could easily fall out with people over shit in my head. And so this list became not really a list of it was a list of me and my angst, my anger towards others. And so I wrote this list out. Dad was always at the top, and there were people that I had problems with in my life, and I was still shitty and angry with, and there was no time for counsel or to even try and repair that broken bridge. I call them bridges. And so I had broken a lot of bridges with people that I really cared about, but I was too up myself to see that it was me that was keeping the bridge closed. And so the list was that I had all these angsts and angries towards people, and basically it was, she was showing me that by releasing that anger, by getting rid of that I could actually change my life. And she said, what you got to do now is near the end of the course, she said, I want you now to get that list down, because I'd narrowed that list down to pretty much about, I had a lot of little ones that were nothing, but these ones were like the thorn in the side, the thorn in the side of the lion. So she told me to take that list and to turn it upside down, so that my dad was now at the bottom and all these other people were now at the top. And the one that was the least of my concerns was at the top, and it progressed down to the hardest one, my father. And so what she did is she asked me to ring these people, to get in touch with them, write letters to them, whatever, find a way to get in touch with them and to resolve the bullshit that we'd built or whatever angst I'd had. And to ask them for their forgiveness. Not for me to forgive them, but for me to ask them for their forgiveness. And that was the life-changing moment in my life. When I started going through my list, I started realizing that it's all up to me, that it was all within me, and that none of it, whatever anybody else's opinion or thoughts or what, it wasn't that. It was my own inability, lack of ability, lack of communication skills in general, really, that I just didn't have.
I really like that, how she made you turn the list upside down. Wow, that's profound.
Yeah, me too.
That is so profound. Welcome, Plant Face, to the build. Mic check, mic check. Oh, I guess he's still. Kimba.
Yeah, I don't want to drag the feeling down, because I've learned so much from that, and it gave me such a release of old pain, old hurt,
and
it released me.
Yes,
and it released me of something that was, I was bound in hatred and anger.
Right.
And I was the only one that had the key to fix it.
Yep.
Right.
Always. Yep. Kimba, do you wanna give your experience, if you want?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll give both experiences, like what Dean was talking about, and also before Realist, when you're saying about recognizing that it was like, okay, let me speak for me. Okay.
Okay.
I went my whole life not being heard. I like to say not being heard, walking around this world feeling confused. Like, what is going on here? I know there's something that I'm not seeing or recognizing, but I couldn't put my finger on it. So therefore, I walked around this world lost and confused, and just honestly didn't like myself. I was uncomfortable in my own skin. I walked around in my body like, what is this thing? Literally, is this a body? Okay, I gotta take care of it. I mean, that's how I thought. It was crazy. And then, as of, 7 or 8 years ago, I started to actually love myself and forgive myself for a lot of shit, a lot of crap I caused in my life. I caused. I started to take, like Dean said, personal responsibility. I started to realize I made my own prison in my head, is what I did. And I was running around fighting everyone because I didn't know me. And I was like, what are you doing? And I recognized a lot of it's from programming, but then a lot of it isn't, because, for me, I had to take I had to take personal inventory, personal responsibility. I was one of those people that ran around and blamed everyone. No, you did that. You know, it was you fault. No, you did that. No, yes, no. I was like, no, no, no. It was how I was taking it in. And when I started to fully love myself and accept me and this thing called the body we have, you know, this this suit, I like to say, this little suit, meat suit we got, even accepting that, I mean, down to, I'm talking about every stretch mark, wrinkle, you know, everything on my body and accepting it, my heart started to open more. And then when my heart started to open more, I started to bring things into my reality more. Like you said, things just started to manifest and come about. Now I'm over here and I have stuff manifesting so fast, it's frightening, I would say, because I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
And as I'm sitting here talking now, I'm even, you know, I'm even holding back emotions because I'm feeling your emotions. I'm starting to recognize what I can actually do as a person, you know? So it's a very powerful thing that
All
we
power
start
to you.
recognizing, yeah, that what we can actually do that no one saw before, and now we're here and we can actually do it. But like Dean said, that hatred thing, that can run so deep. I know for me, I still struggle with it. I still have moments where I'm like, oh no, but I stop myself. I've learned to stop myself and say, wait, hold on, no. And I'm looking at things as a lesson. I had to retrain my brain to look at everything as a lesson, not just you don't know what you're doing or whatever, you know. Get away from me, you know what you're doing, you know, and you're causing me harm or whatever. I had to look at it as that's a lesson learned. Thank you. Instead of saying, you know, screw you, I had to learn to say thank you.
Yeah.
And Dean, what you said about asking someone for your forgiveness, I never even thought about that. Because, like, for me, the main anger of my family, for me, is my father. That produced, because, like, in my family, from the war, my mom's a military brat. My dad had been out the Vietnam War. It was straight from high school, war, have a baby like it was a business, you know? Have babies. Here's the baby. Throw them in school. Here, have another baby. Now the other baby this is how I see it in my eyes now, you know? Here, there's one baby. I'll have another baby so the baby has company. Now that baby has company. Now both parents go to work. These were all epiphanies throughout my life that I was like, none of this makes sense. That's not weird. I mean, this is weird. And then people getting divorced, all those little epiphanies that come to your life that make you realize something is totally awkward in this world, you know? Something's off. They're not this big bandwagon where everyone wants to get divorced all of a sudden. Oh, now everyone wants to cheat on everyone else with their, you know, all that stuff was never, to me, those were all those eye-awakening moments where you're like, what's going on in this world? But to recognize that you're fighting your own demons in your head because you can't change someone else's perception of how they see or hear things. Honestly, that falls for me in the category of narcissism. And I even recognize that. I was like, oh, wow. For me, if I was running around and couldn't get people to forgive me or see any of that, I was like, that's also a form of narcissism. I had to recognize that I myself had narcissistic traits. And I was like, well, I had a family that were not, you know, so it's just a big battle. It's a big battle in your family and then how you feel about you. Like for me, it's a big battle. I got my pronouns. For me, big battle for me and in my head and letting those demons go. Because I think all of us on this panel have one thing in common. We want to help people. We want to help. We want things to be right. We want love. We don't want evil. And it's rough to break that process. It's like ego. For me, I see it as we have to break that ego. We have to get that ego under control. Like, don't reach out and, you know, get back at someone. Learn how to be more gentle and kind and be like, you know, that's for me. That's what I have to learn to do with my ego. Balance my ego out better.
Yep. Tame that flame.
And that is
Mm.
hard. I will say it's hard. It's hard for me because even when I hear things right now from certain people, I'll still admit I'm over here like, nah, nah, nah. I'm not gonna lie. Then I'm like, no. Because
Mm,
again, but my mind's open. I had to open. I had to open my heart, my mind, and everything in order to take stuff in. And if
yes.
if someone has a hardened heart like I did, I know my parents do. I know they still do, but I know it took the sister. It took the death of my sister last year, the death of my younger sister, who's 5 years younger than me, for my parents to finally open their heart just a little bit, a little. And that was one child already taken away. And they're seeing it. And I know they're recognizing it and they're seeing it now, especially because they see what I go through. And I've had to say to them, and this is just me, this is what I do with my family, because unfortunately it works with my family. So I use it. If I see them acting up, because they're hardcore, I have to battle them a little bit hardcore. Sometimes I have to say, what are you waiting for? The death of another child? And I don't say that to hurt them. I don't say it to hurt them. You know, I don't want them to relive it. But when you see your parents still run around and there's stuff going on and they're hurting themselves and all this crazy stuff is going on and you're sitting back and watching it, you can't do nothing about it. You know, sometimes you run to that, probably part of your ego, and you lay that little, I like to say, the fear of God into someone to make it maybe snap out of it and realize it. And when I say that, they actually listen. Now, before they'd be like, oh, shut up. Before, honestly, they'd be like, shut up, get over it. No, whatever. Now they're actually like, whoa, I see their face. I actually see their face stop, listen, they go, and they change what they're doing. And then what I do is I go back to them later on. I go back to them later because I'm not cold. I'm not cold. I know I'm getting past it. I'll go back to them later on. I'll say, I am so sorry. I don't ever want to say that to you. And I said, but you also, if you're running around me in my area and people are falling and hurting and smashing cars, and now it's becoming a danger to my health, you know, because we're in the same vicinity, I said, I must stop because all our lives are involved here. All. We live right here in the same area. So I got to put the brakes on. And if you're not going to put the brakes on, I have to find a way to put the brakes on because we all live together. You know, we're all, it's not like they're in another house and I'm here. We're all in the same house. So we're right here. If they weren't here, I wouldn't have to do that. So it is rough and it is hard. And we all have our own way to deal with people and family, our own family, you know? To me, I don't like someone to say, oh, you can't do that. No, that's I know my family. I know my family. I do. That's it. You know, people love to say, don't do that. Have you seen how they operate? Are you in it? No, you're not in it. I'm in it. That's it. Okay. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, sis. Yep.
And that felt good, by the way. So thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Big hugs, Kimber.
Yes.
Thank you, Jean. Group hugs. That felt
Group
good.
hug.
Yes,
The
group
whole band
hug.
and the chat included, because they're listening too. You know, everybody got their story. And Mindset, are you there? He might have stepped. Mindset.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, did you want to share? I forgot the question. Oh no. Yeah, when did you realize it wasn't all about self, or it wasn't all about you? Because it is about self. But when did a miracle in your life happen where you were like, nah, I gotta change?
Once I started, trying to share, how I see things or whatnot, it's become where it got bigger than me is, just realizing how to be received, that's that's where it became bigger for me, and not just about me, you know, because it's like, what am I, or who am I without, my family or whatnot.
Mm, okay, okay.
So yeah, that's it.
Mm,
A realization. I like that word. Mind's eye. You had a realization. Yes.
mm-hmm.
Respect.
Yeah. Well, to answer my own question, or plant face, welcome, welcome. Did you wanna go into?
Peace,
I can
plant
wait.
face.
Yeah, plant face.
Uh-oh.
Dang it.
Gotta get that mic right.
Yeah, I hear something. No. Well, oh damn, I muted myself. Yeah, for me it was more like I think when I was, yeah. For me it was like the biggest embarrassing, not a miracle, but a moment where I think I was 8 and standing in front of the classroom, the teacher shaming me, everybody laughing at me. Um man, I just, as an 8-year-old girl, I wanted to die right there on the spot. Cause I don't, I'm not gonna go into it or why, but yeah, I just, all I remember is everybody laughing at me, and I didn't want to go to school anymore. Um, and after, oh yeah, after I almost drowned, I think, yeah, and then after that we had to go to swimming lesson, and I didn't want to join because I was afraid I was gonna drown again. But I still, I think, yeah, that day we were to swim in the deep for the first time. So I'm like, okay, I talk to
Mm.
myself, I'm like, okay, I'm a jump. Everybody, you got to jump and then sink to the bottom and then, swim to the surface. So I did, it was my turn. I jumped, my feet hit the bottom, up, um, and I'm swimming, but I'm little, I'm 8. And it was deep, like 2 meters. So it took too long for me. I'm like, I can't. I'm not reaching the surface. So I started to panic. Um, and I started to drown again. And instead of the helping me, because they got a long stick with a hook on it. Instead of the teacher putting the stick in the water so I can grab the hook, I could see, because the water is clear. I'm looking and I'm, what, help, panicking halfway. Instead of helping me,
Mm.
I see them all laughing again, and the teacher laughing instead of helping me. So after that, I came to realize, like, um, I had to overcome fears, and that made me like, I don't know, it made me stronger because I had moments after that where I just wanted to just, yeah, just die, just, yeah, let me die, just, I don't want to live anymore as a teenager too. So, but I don't know, something in me always wanted to stay. And when I realized that, no, I'm needed because people come to me for advice, even though, like, friends, they always ask me what do I think. So when I realized that, oh no, people still value me, I started, working on myself, and like building up my self-esteem, and being more brave and
Mm.
speaking. Yeah, but that was the changing point in my life where I realized that, nah, I'm needed. Like, I'm not gonna try and
Okay.
alive myself. Yeah. Hmm.
Was it like, say, was they did they bully you in
uh
school?
no. Mm-mm. No, no. It was more like, I don't know, I felt like an outcast all of my life, really. I don't know why, but it's yeah. But yeah.
Okay, and that was your eye opener where that's where you came back because you.
Ye-
Okay, I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
What you saying?
Right. Like, because I realized, like, look, if I wasn't important, I would have died or I would have drowned. You know what I mean? So yeah, it gave me a boost. Like, wow.
That's a big body of water, huh?
Uh-huh.
Respect to you.
Yeah. Respect. Oh well.
Thank you, Alma. That was nice. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Nice as in, the story. I don't mean nice as in what happened.
No, I know.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
um,
The
welcome,
experience.
Anna Purna or Anna.
Thanks to the real McCoy.
Welcome to the panel.
Peace to you.
Hello,
Is
Anna.
that big?
No, is that I thought it was Rebecca, but it's Anna. Is that Anna from Charles or is it that another Anna? I'm confused.
Anna
Anna Perna.
Perna in the building. What's
Yeah.
up, Anna? This was okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was giving her a chance to say something. Anna?
I think her mic might be muted.
Yeah, sometimes her connection, her internet connection.
Just
Oh,
sitting back and listening to all of you.
How you doing?
oh,
Yeah, that be StreamYard and its connection.
Well, she's also in Mexico.
oh, okay.
Yeah, she's in Mexico so internet isn't always the greatest, but glad to have you over here. I did recommend your channel to her, so I told her that you were good peoples.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
And she's good peoples also.
yeah, I'm sure.
She
Yeah,
has layers to her that I think the world needs to know about.
yes.
However, she could
Mm,
speak for herself, and y'all could visit her channel.
right. I will.
Oh, this is the one. Ama. She's the one that I said that both of us have endeavors of opening our pineal gland, our third eye. This is
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she said that if one person opens their third eye, their pineal gland, this will all stop. So ever since I heard that, that's been my mission.
Mm,
Hmm.
okay. Hmm. Um. Oh, okay. I want to ask a next. It's connected to my previous question, but the next question for everybody is, if you were to shout out, if you would, let's say you have the chance to shout out one person in your life that made a big, like impression in your life, like I don't know, as a child or as an adult, who would that person be? Who would you shout out right now?
Dr. Sabi! And let me tell you, Dr. Sabi, he taught me what to eat. Not even my mother, my father, my grandparents, nobody taught me what food was. So salute to Dr. Sabi. And I can also pass that on to my children. What is food and what is not food? It's because of Dr. Sabi my children don't get sick. Salute to Dr. Sabi. Peace to Dr. Sabi. All right. Boom.
Okay.
There you go.
Who wants to go next?
I will.
Oh,
I
dang.
will. It's my mother. It's my mother. 'Cause without my mother, I wouldn't be in this world. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be the
That's right.
person I am, and I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing, and I wouldn't be loving me like I'm loving me if it wasn't for my mother. Mic drop.
Mic drop. I'll go with you too.
Drop
Me,
that
My
mic.
mother.
Yep. All day, every day, Mama.
But I hear you, realist. That's funny, a doctor. Right? That's cute. I like that. Taught you how to eat well, right? I hear you. The kids, everything. I hear that. I hear that.
Yeah, my mother, my father's to blame for me being in this madness, so they'll never get credit for this.
Wow.
But yeah, they brought me into this madness and let me out into this world without any guidance. So just because they lay down and have sex don't mean I owe them a thank you. They still didn't even take care of their responsibility. So salute to you, Dr. Sabi. Thank you for showing me what I'm supposed to eat. My bad, Joe, but I'm not into the mother father thing. That's why in my household my children don't have to tell me thank you because I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. So anyway, peace to everybody. My bad, Joe. Y'all know it's yo. All I got is fire in my ammunition. Peace to y'all.
I'll say mine is I don't have a specific individual, but I could give my thanks to everybody that I've come into contact with, because like really everything that's where I can see myself in it. So it's like where whatever you've shown me, I have learned from it. So like as a whole, I'll just give thanks or reverence back to everybody that, I have yet to meet and that I've met.
That's real. That's real.
Respect.
Yeah. Well, I already said it, my mom, but of course, and the reason why I say not only she gave life to me, my dad, of course, also, but more my mom, because I learned so much from her, her bravery, like she never gave up, like never ever. If I say never, she never gave up life. She always fought back. She was creative. I got my creativity from my mother. um she taught me how to sew clothing, just make artwork, and like, yeah, like, everything I learned from my mom. And the saddest thing is that I realized that after she passed away. When people are gone, then you're gonna realize, like, you're gonna start missing, so because as a teenager, I didn't see all that. I was just, yeah, I wanted to just rebel, and yeah, so I didn't listen to her. But after I became an adult, I started appreciating her more, especially when I had my children. And then after she passed away, that's where it really hit me, like, whoa. Mm, mm, mm.
Like a ton of bricks. Respect.
Yeah.
Did Dean or Anna, mine's how you answered that question? The Anna's fasting from YouTube, but she definitely came through on this one, huh? So
much love. Yeah, I spoke.
I saw my grandpa.
Oh,
you're who, Anna?
Oh, she's mic's
I can
muted
make
again.
him my back.
I can't really make out.
Yeah, what did you say, Anna? Your audio is somewhat distorted. What'd you say?
Yeah, it's a glitch in our connection or something.
But I see Dean unmuted. What you got to say, Dean? Who you thankful for?
I'm thankful to my mum. Yeah, very thankful for my mother because, she even in all her hardship, she was there. She was the glue in our family. And if it wasn't her counsel, because she taught me to love. My mother taught me to love, even though I was angry. I still, that love was deep seated in me. So even when I overcome the anger, the love just bubbled to the surface. It was always there because Mum helped to nurture that love. So I got a lot to be grateful to my mother for. She taught me a lot of things, gardening and how to be, to look after myself. I still darn, if I have to, I still darn my own socks. She taught me how to use a needle and cotton. Maureen, Maureen and I muted the mic before and just added up all the things that we can be grateful to our mother for, all the things that she taught us. So, my father did, my mother did. Like Dad was the master disciplinary, and Mum came back with love. Yeah, that's me.
Salutes to that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You gonna try again, Anna? She said her grandfather, but I would also
Yeah.
like to know why.
Or her grandma or let me see.
She said her
grandfather, yeah.
Bad, huh? I'm gonna leave and come in again.
No, you're good now. You're good now.
Yeah, now it's good.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I said my grandpa because of the stories he told me. Apart from everything else, the stories that he told me are the stories that shaped me. And when I look at Hollywood, I'm just glad I got something else, that's 180 degrees from Hollywood to inspire me and keep me going. So I gotta say my grandpa.
That's fine. Yeah, I like that.
Sorry, I'm washing a few dishes here, but
and that's respectable because a lot of people, it's like those that don't have parents wish they did, and those that do wish they didn't. So yeah, that's something to be able to revere your grandparents or parents.
Yes, to honour them, mind's eye. Yes, I mean, like I said, I never knew my grandfather. So if anybody has got family that they can look back to and aspire to, grandparents especially, because not only do they, I would say that any grandparent, knowing myself, that when you're a mother or a father, you tend to probably do things a little bit different with being under pressure. Whereas the grandparents, when you go and stay at their place, they'll spoil you rotten. They don't have that bloody time and need to get everything done so that you're fed, clothed, and cared for. That's not their time anymore. They as a grandparent, you're now in the space where you can get to enjoy those moments with your grandchildren and really just really experience that. That's where I'm at right now. To have my grandchildren around me is a far greater gift, because I can then be the real granddad I should have been, a father to when I was a father. And not that I've had children, but that's how I feel. But my grandchildren, Maureen's grandchildren, are my grandchildren, and like I said before, when I was married, and I couldn't overcome the hurt of being cheated on. If I had everything I got in me now, I could have easily been a father to that child who had no blood from me, right? And that's what I'm talking about now. Is that these children are not mine, as in my own blood, but they are ours. They're ours. They're everyone's. For me, it's like now is my opportunity to be a dad, a granddad, and to be a friend, and to be somebody to look to for help. Or, yeah, that's what I like about it.
Oh. So, if you had a choice, and the question is for everybody again, if you had a choice to come back, oops, to come back another lifetime, if you had a choice to choose your own vessel, um, what would you come back as, and who?
Ladies first.
Yeah, it's also on your first.
Damn, me? Wait a minute. Well, okay, I'm gonna start. If I had the choice, cause I believe that I have it, that we all choose to come back, where, when, and how, and as what. So I would choose to be an element, a part of nature, and I would be water. That's it. Yeah, I wouldn't be a human again, or I would be water, water, water's plants. It just be a part of nature. That's my answer.
Yeah, yeah. I want to be a part of nature too, but listen, ladies first. So, Anna.
I would be exactly as I am. I wouldn't change anything.
Ooh, interesting.
Now, are we supposed to give the reasoning behind it, or just say the answer?
If you want to, yeah.
You don't have to. Nobody has to do anything. No.
The reason I said that is because I believe, well, McCoy just said something today about believe and know. Well, I know through my life experience that I'm here to learn something. And when I'm done learning, I'm off. It's bye-bye. So I want to learn what I'm here to learn. I want to do what I'm here to do. I want to eat right. I want to raise my vibration. I want to broadcast that vibration all around me and have fun along the way. And whatever
Enjoy
it
the
is, I don't know
journey.
the big purpose. I don't know what it is, but I'm ready for it. I feel this conversation is part of that. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah. What would I mean, I definitely feel like I've been returning to this place for a long time. I don't know how many lives I've lived here, but I've actually this is quite a big subject for me, really, because I kind of feel like memory and memories are being stolen from us. When you break down the family and you no longer have a father or a grandfather or a grandmother who are part of that family unit, then you're missing out on past knowledge. And I feel that the greatest war here has ever been on our mind.
Right on, Dean.
And so memory is everything to me. And I feel like if I look back over say my parents' generation and the generations before them, it was the past that made the life for the future of the child. So if the parents didn't do the right past, the child didn't have the right present. And what I feel also is that if you look at how things are today, there are a lot of people getting Alzheimer's disease, memory loss. What's the other one where you can't? What's the opposite? Next one to Alzheimer's, dementia. And I mean, I can look back over the grandparents, not grandparents, but the siblings of my own father's family and my own mother's family, and dementia wasn't part of that. I mean, they did have maybe a little dementia in that when they got into the old age, but only, I feel, because this world has done the wrong shit by them. I don't think that dementia and Alzheimer's are things that are part of our very nature to begin with. I think they're imposed on us by this world. And so I feel like that without the world and taking that out of the equation, that we would have a good memory of our past. And you know, when you hear people talking about Dolores Cannon, I think she did a lot of past life regressions therapy with people. And there's lots of other people who are doing it as well. And so I know in myself that that memory is one of our biggest hurdles that we have to overcome through life, is to keep a good memory and to remember too, to salute those who were before us and their memories. You know, to me, they talk about when you die, the priest will tell you you're going to sleep. Well, that's a fucking another, to me, bad script to get into. Who the hell wants to go to be asleep? Unless you're so confounded with evil memories in your life that you've done so wrong and bad and never got over. I mean, that to me is a mental trauma that people go through, mental hell at the end of their life. And they're so traumatized by their own hell that they lose their minds, you know?
Look, there goes dementia. There goes the dementia.
Yeah.
Exactly. When they lose their mind, you know, it's like, say, a lot of people brains get shocked. It's like that shock therapy stuff. And you're right, because a lot is lost with those before you, you know, and where they, you know, where they go inanimate or death kicks in if they ain't able to be there for you or share.
So the answer to the question is, what would I like to come back as? I'd like to come back with me, full memory of every life I've ever lived. And then to be accountable and to take account for every one of them, so that I have no hell, no.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, that's something you say that because they was just mentioning that in that film Flash, where he was running so fast, he started, like, he found the place where he could rewind and fast forward his life. So he was going back to, you know, times where he lost his parents. That's what it's all about.
Mic check.
You know, because it ain't no children that's just here without some, you know, some two people coming together or whatnot.
Peace to Kimber. Kimber, that was high vibration. Great conversation. So Kimber had to leave because her family got home for dinner. So peace to you, Kimber. I appreciated your the vibe she was
Hey,
on.
Kimmy.
So Mind's Eye, do you have an answer? What would you like to come back as?
I couldn't even say right now. Because, you know, everything's everything. And
Come on, play the game. But come on, play the game, man. Please play
Be
the
careful
game.
what you ask for.
right. Let me, I'm a wolf, period.
All right. Canna Dummy, Plant Face, what's going on? We haven't had a chance to hear from you. What would you like to come back as if you had that choice?
Man, we probably on the glitch signal still. I don't think I heard
I
Plant
don't
Face.
know, man.
Uh-oh, there you
That's
go.
a tough one. About Dean.
How are
Hey,
you,
Dean
bro?
was saying, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're
Yes, I
good
can.
I
now.
don't know where this
So get
quote
the
come from. I don't know where this quote come from, but it's the sins of the father are visited upon the son. What's that from?
yeah, that's from that Bible. So what's going on?
Yeah. But the thing about dementia, it's a diagnosis, it's a label like schizophrenia or whatever. And some people, when they get old, they don't want to remember stuff. You know what I mean? So they go into a childish state because they don't want to remember. You got me?
Yep.
Like how you want us not to remember that you have a question to answer. I got you. What would you like to come back as, or what would you come back as?
Ooh,
had
what
a
you
choice.
coming?
I never thought about it, and I don't want to give a quick answer because I'd have to think about it for a while. If I could come back, well, I'm going to come back as me. I think I want to come back as me.
Yeah, you gonna be you. You gonna take form of something else if you come
But
back.
you know what? With this experience, maybe with a little bit of wisdom, a little bit more wisdom, maybe than what I have now.
You breaking up real good.
Yeah, you're breaking up, bro. We lost you.
I'm not talking.
Oh, look at you. You got our ass with that one. Or you got me.
And me.
Yeah, I think that ultimately, when faced with that question, what I would want to come back as, I would like to come back as the antidote to what this world is experiencing right now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Now, go ahead.
But I just took a week off of being online. I took a week. I listened to AM radio from North Dakota, and I shut that off. I watched some TV. I shut that off. I was offline for a whole week, and I turned the TV on to see that picture of Trump with his La Tigre fucking Zoolander look there of his mugshot, and then it says no, sir, never surrender. But that was the shot they got of him when he surrendered to the police. And it says no surrender. Like, this place is a fucking joke.
Yeah.
It's a fucking joke. Like, they're pissed at us much. It doesn't matter who you vote for. The government still gets in.
That's the point of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of
The
like an
government,
internal thing.
not the people gets in, it's the government that always gets in. Even if the person, my mother did this, Canadabi. She wanted to be a council member and change things for her community around her. And after a bloody month,
And
she couldn't realise she wasn't going to get her word in. Edgeways, they didn't want her there to get her word in. They wanted her to swing as an extra number to swing the vote. That's all it was about.
yeah,
And you
no
know it.
new ideas allowed.
Keep
No
running that
standing
old
out. No
system.
heroes. No heroes allowed. Just go along.
Where you become, like, say, a piston, that's not a screw. You know, like where you become a different part, you gotta serve that part's purpose. So, like, if you grow a brain and step out of line, then you just might be the glitch in the matrix. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you going to a different place. That's what it's like if you start thinking, you know, different. You become a different part, or you stay the same part. But anyway it go, you gonna serve as a piece to the whole system that's running.
Either way, of course. Doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're a nut, bolt, or a piston. Yeah?
Yeah, it's like an internal thing within the people, because everybody, you know, like say, we'll all become a part of the change instead of things changing without our consent or our 2 cents a piece.
Yes.
You know, so everybody's being, like, say, that's what I've been, y'all know that film, they call it Baby Boss, but they was saying that the babies was running shit, and that's what the government, like the government, it's the babies. It's like, if we gain control over our own children, then boom, there go your source power. What they know and what they gonna be doing is, it'll truly be up to the person that put them on this planet.
Yeah, and these so-called crisis time with all these staged events is to distract you so they can get at your children.
Mm-hmm. All of the programming, all of the propaganda, it's like, say, there's quicker ways for them to, you know, let that madness in, or where that question can be asked. Just imagine it, man. These children are 5 year, you know, they 5 years old and younger with cell phones in their face. You know.
Yeah.
And with that, like, say, a lot of so-called illusions of choice, it happens amongst the child.
It's accepted too. You've got toddlers
that's right.
Can't even talk, and they've got a damn tablet right on their lap.
Mm-hmm.
And it's accepted. It's on TV. They're showing what's happening, and it's like it's no big deal. Like, yeah.
The props, the propaganda, the the mannequin in the window with the gold chain on his neck. Like the children are the ones
And the
that's
kid, see
they easily say what's that impressionable.
yeah, the kid.
Yeah. You there?
The kid can't even talk, and it's watching the character. It's bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they watching the character. Everybody shining with gems. All of the stuff is attractive. You know how they ran to Michael Jackson and hugged him? You know, it's like that part of the world is very impressionable amongst the child when they exposed to it. You know, like the candy store. Something like that. They want the candy.
You should see the cartoons. You should see the cartoons on Canadian TV in the morning. It's just absolutely disgusting.
I couldn't imagine. Damn.
The imagery is just total pedophile.
I couldn't imagine it.
Weird stuff. It's horrible. You wouldn't believe it.
It's sad to think their minds still that are capable of that shit.
Here's the intro to the cartoon, showing a kid's eyes getting wide as it watches a sausage plump up, and then something gets squirted in the kid's face.
All right. So did you have anything else that
What?
Yeah. Look at here. It get intense. The bullshit meter went off.
Let me sneak my reply to your question in.
Okay.
All right. I just want. If I was to return, I would just want to return as the antidote, the solution to these weirdos. I want to be the one to do away with them, and that's what I would come back as.
That's right.
Like a Terminator.
No, my grandpa said we were that. Now he's the same person that told me about the pineal thing that I said, McCoy. And he said that if we were to be awakened and aligned, then we would be the antidote, he said, to artificial intelligence. This is in the 90s, the early 90s, he told me. I don't know where he was putting things together like that. But maybe you are.
Your pops, he had the butterfly effect. Y'all know how they talk about the butterfly effect? And it's a section in our brain.
Something can pass back in time, like information can pass and affect past events.
Totally.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about, coming back and wanting to know everything about my past lives.
Yeah, because look, say like it's the markers on the land, Say the words and all of the stuff, this art and all of that, it's kind of like a marker. So like other things people do, it'll resonate with you because you would have did it. Say butterfly effect. It's a way of thinking and accessing a part of the brain.
Remember what Prince Philip said he wanted to come back as?
What'd he say, bro?
The Queen's husband? He said he wanted to come back as a deadly virus that wipes out most of humanity.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pay him, pay him no mind.
Didn't he die just before the BS happened?
Nah.
Yeah, that's right. Like
Did he
it's a
die
lot of people
before or after?
that's negative like that.
It's full of.
Right.
You know,
I think well, all of us here, everyone said something positive.
that's right. And look, I
Mm.
still want to talk about the butterfly effect because it's like where you get, say, the culture of the pharaohs, or just being buried in sarcophagus, tombs, or caskets. It's like, would y'all agree that that whole, say, little vessel becomes something like, you know how a ant form is, or what have you? Like, say, where they put those kings and stuff inside of the
Yeah.
sarcophagus. You know, they
Yeah.
paint them and they detail them and all that. It'd be like, you know, and they gonna be sealed. They gonna be sealed. They talked about putting the bugs inside of there with the pharaohs. I know the beetles and all of that, but like, say where you are, what you eat. How long do y'all think those creatures could cycle life inside of sarcophagus? You know,
I don't believe in the germ theory. I think this germ theory is
I ain't talking about the
No,
germ
he's
theory.
talking about scarab beetles.
Okay. Mascara beetle. Scary mask.
Right? Scarab beetles, right? Isn't that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, all of them know. You know, like say just look at the model of a beetle is kind of like a casket. You know, like say a wooden casket,
Oh.
be all shiny. Like say, I know it's a mahogany colored, amber colored beetle out there, but like say
Right, right.
it's inside of its vessel. Like say, you know what I mean, Alma? Because it's like
Now I
those
get it.
ancient. Yeah, in our case, just imagine one creature get in there and set up shop that becomes, you know, like you know, they source of food to be you, but it's like a whole universe that's in darkness, where like just talking about the insects and how and where or what they evolved from, you know. Because it was said that the locusts ate up Egypt. You know what I mean? So just imagine all of those bugs where they said it covered big plots of land. You know where the invasion happened with the bugs, but they also showed us where they put the bugs in people's sarcophagus, and it's like you are what you eat. You know
Now there's another layer because those could have been some kind of weird, like genetically modified organism. Because you're talking about the 7 plagues of Egypt, isn't that right?
Okay. Yeah.
So one of the plagues was that locusts came and destroyed everything, right? Crops, people, everything.
Yeah.
And then I
Yep.
think now you're making the connection with that movie, The Mummy, where they put these flesh-eating beetles inside the sarcophagus of
Yeah.
somebody, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And in both cases, it doesn't seem like those insects are natural. Would you agree?
Yeah, they alien. It is alien, or you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's something to the insect here. You know what I'm saying? Like the reptiles eat them, frogs eat them. You know, it's something like I looked at it like where we ingest things is it's like where we can't really die and the energy just transforms. Y'all know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like say that part of say I don't think it eats
So
its
you were
soul.
also saying like that they colonize, like a group of insects can colonize a body, right? And scavenge for years and years and years.
Yes. While those vessels is closed, it kind of made me think of, like, say, living in poverty, or people that's just low vibrational. They house being
Right.
full of roaches. You know how that, like, if y'all know how that smell, because I know how it smell. Like a house full of roaches, or y'all know how raids smell. But I'm pretty sure that those say they was like seeds, and I know that's what the body does when it's put in the earth, like it implodes and it goes all across the soil. And things eat off of it. Like, eating is really another form of inhaling, like we do air. You know how they talk about a fly suck up its food with a straw?
Yep.
Like the whole thing with chewing up food and things of that nature is just like that. Dealing with the human, like, we inhale everything.
You ever see the underwater creatures? Like there's something in front of it it's gonna eat, and then all of a sudden, whoosh, it just gets sucked in. You don't even see anything.
Yeah, it got a snorkel or a whole nozzle on it, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
it's
even
crazy.
yeah, it's bizarre.
The
But
squid.
I gotta say, like, some things are natural and you can experiment it, like, and test it out, like eating Cheetos all day versus
Mhm.
eating like mangoes and fruits and maybe a lentil. You know what I mean? Like eating clean, having fluoride free water.
Mhm.
You can test it out. Like, I think there are some things that are natural, but then some things that are unnatural, like you're saying, like some bugs and some
Like
creatures.
GMO, yeah.
And that could have been going on as far back as then, correct?
Yeah.
And that's what you're
Yes.
saying with the butterfly effect.
I
Genetic
think when
manipulation, yes.
the
Even
controllers changed the climate, that's when all the parasites came in, because when they took everything away in nature,
Yeah.
all the fruit and everything, all the animals and bugs that ate fruit, they started to turn on other animals.
Mhm.
That's just a theory I have.
Hey, the mosquito is more than just the mosquito. Everything bite. So yeah, I see you on that one.
Yeah, see the mosquito and stuff. I was even told, like, as a vibration falls on Earth, like weird creatures start to appear. And mosquitoes, flies, and stuff come from a lower dimension.
Mhm.
And they don't really belong here. But since we're in such debauchery out here, Sodom and Gomorrah on Earth, we're giving way to it. And then other creatures disappear. They just vibrate too high. And they just, they can't exist here. So there
Yeah,
could be other type of creatures around.
for sure. The
But
controllers changed the climate, and now all kinds of bad stuff's coming in from other places that doesn't belong here. It created
right,
a
and then you
void.
think about the Hadron Collider or Hadron Collider that they have in the CERN, and
Yeah,
what
I don't think
what
it's a
they
collider at all. I don't think it collides
what
particles
they're
together at
bringing
all.
things,
Yeah, I think
right?
it's just making bad waves. It's all it's doing.
Yeah. I don't actually think there's portals that they can open up. I think they're kidding themselves with that. They're kidding mostly us. I mean, to me,
Yeah, us, but they're kidding themselves.
of course, but they they've got a great following. I mean, I could put it to you like this. I don't believe in the Earth being a ball.
spinning through space. What I put it to anybody when I talk about this is, if we are here today and we're doing that amount of speed on a bloody thing that's flying around another thing that's doing speed, and we're all flying out there, how the hell do we see the same stars from exactly the same angle every night? There's just no way that the angle could be the same.
There's no location. There's no
No.
location in that.
But that the stars are the same, right, Dean? Even the stars would change.
Of course, because they'd have to change position, right? The angle of your view has to change.
And we're rotating. And we're
There's no
rotating.
location whatsoever in that model.
But even that, I mean, it's all rubbish.
Yeah.
But if you've got that in your head and you've developed it all your life, and then somebody gives you something, asked you a reality you could give, you could even explain, you could possibly even give all the bloody logical facts that the government and the space station and all these scientists have left out there for you to give, to make a planet somewhere in a vast universe, somewhere out in the galaxy that you haven't even known about or seen, we haven't even found yet. But you could make a bloody life out there and build yourself an experience. I mean, how many people are?
All right, well,
You know?
Dean, that leads me to a question for you. Of all the lies, and I won't say lies, but all the things that you've been told, what is like the number one just lie, or I don't know what other option to say than lie, or just, whether it's religion, us going to the moon,
Santa,
the earth is a globe that's spinning at 60, rotating around, just
The
all
whole bloody lot of them. They're all wrapped up in the same block of tricks for me.
What's the number one trick that you're like, that one right there is just bloody murder? That you're just like, man, that one just, is there one particular one that you really just bothers you, or?
Space. This bloody idea of bloody space and scientists believing they can go and the world spinning off and all that. That's just, to me, it's the control. Once you can believe that, once you can get it into your head and make something out of it, make something real in your own mind to think you believe it, well, they've got you hooked. They can control anyone with that.
The biggest lie that all those lies tell is that there's no God. That's the biggest lie. The Big Bang Theory says there's no God. Evolution says there's no God. E equals MC squared says there's no God.
That's a question. Mind's eye. What's the, from your perspective, what of all the things that you've been told, what's the one that really just, you're mad you fell for it and you realize it was a lie?
Say the twist on things. The twist on things, like, say, because where you get to those points where you be like, oh, say AWW, oh, that expression we make where something connects and makes sense for you. Say that's all. That's all to it, So say me making sense of it is where, or say where I slapped in the face and fell for the shit. This is where I'm trying to say it and hope people see, where we got to use our discernment, but yeah, a lot of it, bro, like a lot of the stuff that I say, period, is tied to when I didn't know about it, like, say, if you into things like ice cream, like, say, just the word ice cream itself is saying that I scream, and look, how ice cream will do your belly. You feel me? It's like dairy. Like, look, I'm just uncovering, some of the stuff where we're like, yeah, all of this time, like you are what you eat. So just imagine all this time, ice cream, you've been eating yourself. But this ain't being told to you. Like say it's a lot of symbology and codes within the stuff that we are eating and observing, say before we eat in the Garden of Eden, which is say like this program that's you are avatar in, and you do gotta say watch what you eat physically and mentally. So like the things like that where I try to make sense of what's being given or what's here, and it ain't really been explained to me. Because it's a lot of all factors. Like, and you gotta fill up. This where your cup will run over with all of this stuff, and it'll say it allows you to have a square to stand on. The more like knowledge is power. The more stuff that you can make sense of, like it allows you to exist here without snapping. Because it's something that has me content. Because if I wasn't right now, I'd be somewhere fucking up some shit. But it's like,
So
doing my best to do that on the term that's righteous.
so Amma, is there something that throughout your lifetime that you're just mad that you fell for, that you were told about?
Where do I start? Well,
Man.
okay, let me start. Okay, as a little girl, because I believe I was born a pure soul. I didn't know shit. I was very naive. So when I discovered that there is such a thing as a lie, that people lie to you, that broke my heart right there. Because I remember in kindergarten, it started in kindergarten. A little boy, oops, echo.
Gotcha.
Oh, let me mute her up. Yeah. I was in kindergarten, and one day I went to school. I wanted to go to school so bad because my sister, she's a year older than me. She went, to kindergarten first, and the first day I cried the whole day because I wanted to join, but I couldn't. So when I finally got to into kindergarten, I think the second day, a little boy came up to me. He had a little bottle of peppermint oil. I don't know where he got it from. I say peppermint, but it's real. It's like, it's a little we call it I don't know if y'all know chilling oil. But yeah.
Like
he gave
Massage
he
oil.
gave he gave it to me, and he told me it was perfume. So he said, rub it in your face. And I believed him. I poured it in my hand and I rubbed it in he's like, rub it in your eyes. I rubbed it in my eyes, and it started burning, and I'm yelling and I'm yelling.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So when the teacher noticed
oh,
me,
cool.
huh?
She said, how cruel.
Yeah. And the little boy was laughing, and that was the first time I ever learned that people are weirdos, cruel, even children. And that, that's where I learned, like, wow, this is he lied right in my face because I trusted him, So yeah.
Damn.
That's just
All the
first.
way up to your eyeballs. He had you. Ooh, I know
Yes.
you wanted to get him.
No, I couldn't see shit. My eyes was red, swollen, So yeah.
Yeah, mine would just be religion, that Bible. I'll keep mine short and sweet, just that, because it's caused so much confusion in our lives. I don't know, is there anything in your lifetime so far that you're just mad you fell for that? Whether it's them saying they went to the
Yeah.
moon or all right.
It's gotta be feminism and the sexual liberation stuff that came out of the 60s, and promiscuity being associated with independence, if that makes sense. All in one.
One wallow.
Yeah, those are things that really affected many lives, decisions, generations over generations.
Yes, that's very observant there, Anna.
Thank you, Dean. That shit just fucked me up. Sorry for my language. This is my first time here. I'm sorry. It is really messed up.
No, you're okay, sis. You're okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's directed confusion on purpose. That's why I say every day the greatest thing we can do is overcome the war that is on our mind. Yeah.
Right.
Because that's what it is. It's a war on our mind. And as long as this is what I've been sort of coming to say a lot lately, is that we're like bloody, we're like the stragglers that a farmer has. He's going out to get the sheep and all the sheep come in. You could say the world all come in, but we're the stragglers out here, stopping the bloody world from getting a good tight grain on this place. Us stragglers are out here opposing the shit, not allowing them to tighten that noose completely. And that's why
I always wondered about. I always wondered about something. When we were kids, or children, sorry, McCoy. We heard these bad, dirty jokes and ethnic jokes, and that we heard them when we were kids. I always wondered, where did they come from? Is there some kind of club that introduces these jokes into school kids on each other?
Oh yeah.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The people that were talking about that stuff in school, I know exactly who they were, and I know who their parents are and what status they have, and why that child even knows that to say it out loud in front of a teacher and laugh,
Yep.
Right now we're hitting on a subject that I feel is real here right now, and that is our children's minds, and how and what and who and we are allowing to put whatever in their minds, right? And it comes down like the realist here is taking that into his own hands, and he's not going to allow the system to put shit in his children's minds, excuse me. And it's really not only just are we going to stop our children from going to those bloody places, but what are we going to do about those places themselves, Because, for us, we can say, we can stop our children from going there. But for the rest of the ones who have no idea, they're just part of the flock, right? The sheep. They don't have that bloody option, so they're just going to send their kids and just go along with the flow. But I think, this is where we can come into our own responsibility, and we can start pointing these things out, making it aware of what their program is and how they are manipulating our children's minds. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about something going on there with the
teachers are in on it, the principals in on it, people are in on it.
Of course. Yes, of course, they're all in on it.
And they're making money on the side, like they're doing wheeling and dealing.
They don't care as long as they get them the money, Some of these people will sell them grandmother's knickers. Oh, excuse me for saying that, but, I think they'll
Look,
they'll
look,
sell the
it's
clothes
like
off their mother's back for the buck. I know they do. I lived with a lady. Oh, crikey, I was so
Look at
disgusted.
this. It's
I was
like,
so disgusted, excuse me, but I was so disgusted
you
I
remember this?
left the woman because she was
Damn,
selling
can
her
you hear me?
mother's gear 2 days after she died. I couldn't believe it. I mean,
Right, it's
friggin'
like where y'all remember that account Charlotte's Web. Like say imagine that both of your ear holes. That's where that spider be talking to you, and that's where you send the child to the school. School is another word for skull, and that's like where they, and for a lot of us know not what we do, like say where you do get the job, you may be asked if you can handle it, and you would say yeah with a smile on your face, but some days you might snap. Yet
Yep.
say the children say by nature they are harsh. We are harsh, yet given the environment where it's a lot of them, where it's a lot of the children, like everything that they seeing inside of the schools is like, it's like them watching a lot of accidents. You know how they run into each other with books and stuff? It's like that's all they are witnessing is a lot of, say, learning by default for real. Because everybody's in there trying their best not to run into each other, So where they are able to learn what they learn, they not learning it from you, say, as the parent. So this is where, say, that spider talks to the little pig, and that is what we are all considered, like say the little baby is synonymous with the pig. We be all fluffy and fat as little babies, and we stretch and grow out of it. But it's like the advice you take and or where you receive it and you comprehend it to the best of your ability. This is like the spider that, or the bug that we let inside of our children's ear. That being this system, it'll have them thinking.
I know that we let those bugs into their ears, and I know it's our responsibility whether we do or whether we don't. But I feel like like if you look at certain schools, the structuring of the school, they want to put all the kids in one classroom with one teacher. But I really believe if you want to school your children properly, I like those bloody schools. I can't remember the name of them now, but they only had so many pupils per class. And you didn't get the confusion, because once you get a child who's feeling like he's left out, he's going to throw a bloody spanner in the works. And the point of the day is going to be lost. It's going to be wrapped up controlling that situation.
Hey, dude, I want to add there that I actually, man, I did have a school.
Yes.
Okay.
But I did my best. Like, I gave it my all. But if you're not willing to bend the knee, man, everyone turns against you, even the holistic community. It's not like, it was like a rude awakening. I wouldn't take it back. But
I understand.
I'm settling for the fact that what McCoy has done is probably the best option, is to self-educate.
Yeah, that's it. Or you be caught up in that tangled web, you know, because like caught is really like taught and taught is
Yeah,
caught.
because how can you trust the teachers you hire? That was my biggest issue. I could not trust my own teachers. Can you imagine?
Mm.
It's
Wow,
sad.
that you know, and
Sad,
that was
isn't it?
opposite for me because I could, or a few of them, yeah. Only a few.
Right. Hey, I'm sorry. I want to ask Dean something. Dean, was there ever a time in your life before deodorant? How do you relate to the concept of deodorants and toilet paper? Can you like
Yeah,
elaborate
I
on
don't
that?
really use. I don't really.
Because my grandparents didn't ever use either. My parents didn't for most of their life.
Uh-oh. Let's go, Dean.
Well,
Let's
you
go.
know, I mean, you can ask. You're asking me a pretty good,
Let
it's
us
kind
know
of
about the
personal.
Dean
I'm
Norman.
not really worried about it, actually. You know, I mean, I know, as I say, I'm not afraid of that kind of worry about what people might think of me. But because I grew up on a farm, I probably wouldn't have used the home toilet very much, right? If you can understand, when you go out,
Yes.
you're not actually going to be wanting a poo when you're at home, right? And after you've done a little bit of exercise, it comes along, right? And so you take care of it in nature, right? And use whatever's available around you. Dock leaves,
And
whatever leaves.
and that means squatting as well.
A corn cob. I reckon a corn cob is the best one you can use. You just after it's you
Wow.
take all the shuck the corn off it, and you rub up and dry the outer softer husk inside. That you can actually, do a better job with the corn cob probably than you could with toilet paper. You wouldn't need as many bloody sheets anyway. And then if you're that way inclined, all you can do is wash the bloody corn cob, right? And reuse it.
Right.
Don't get too hooked up on this bloody. I'm not one of these people that goes around squirting my bloody hands with high hand cleaner. Every bloody shop you go into, I smoke cigarettes. I grab hold of bloody shopping trolleys. I still smoke a bloody cigarette afterwards. I don't bloody worry who handled the damn thing. My immunity's probably higher than a lot of people's, because most of them are scared shitless of getting any kind of bloody. Yeah, that's where I'm at, Anna. I mean, probably people are going to say, "Oh, listen to that old goofy old bastard."
What did you do? What did you do for deodorant? Was the other part she asked about, because that's very interesting also.
Mint. Get and grab some mint, fresh mint. Give it a rub. Stick it under your arms. Give it a rub. Yeah. There you go. What my mum told me.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, more. Is that Maureen in the back?
Yes.
Yeah. My mum used to do it.
Thank you.
When I walk by someone using a hand sanitizer at the store, I say there's feces on that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I didn't even look at the damn stuff, as I say.
Still people here that wear masks.
No,
Yeah, I
no.
still
Was there any advertising? Like, can you remember advertising for like toilet paper and deodorant and things like that? I know if you grew up on a farm where you'd rarely even see a TV. So when did you
that's
even
right.
notice those products coming around, or if you
I
can
mean,
describe?
I was basically 11 before we got a TV, and it was black and white, and we were only allowed to watch the news and the weather. That was it. And so yeah, advertising. I didn't get to see any of that until basically I left school. And only then on the sidewalks and the shops.
So you moved
And
to
I
a
mean,
city, is that right?
no, I mean I went to a bloody farm. I came off a farm, and Dad. Yeah, I went to Nelson Boys as a boarding school, but I mean, even there, deodorant wasn't something that I looked at, even though I knew there were kids there that had it. Yeah, it just didn't interest me, In fact, I never felt anything wrong with the smell of my body, actually.
Right.
I mean,
Right. Growing up, it wasn't a priority. It wasn't. This thing became a thing after I moved to the United States, I gotta say.
Okay.
Deodorant.
Yeah. Well,
So now I make mine with some baking soda and stuff, but it's just to keep away the bacteria, whatever.
I was
just to
actually
keep it
looking at
clean.
Yes, of course. I was looking at a thing last night. It was funny how you mentioned that. Actually, it said, I think, baking soda,
You sent it to me.
lemon juice, and something else. I don't know. There was a mixture. It was baking soda was in it.
Well,
Pretty
coconut
sure
oil.
it was lemon.
Coconut oil.
That's it. Coconut oil.
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean that was our first one I've ever seen come to me from a natural standpoint, And yeah, so I sent it to Maureen. Actually, I said, "Hey, look, I'll send it to you on your phone because this is cool." I'd rather use that any day. People saying, "Oh, you use your own mate now, only a bit of mint."
Right.
Yeah, I just
And then so I'm gonna put a recipe in the chat. She said wash your ASS with water and put lemon for your deodorant. Is what my old folks did.
I think that one had lime in it, didn't it?
Yeah, one had lime, I think. Yeah,
Lime juice.
Yeah, I just cut a fresh lime and put it under my arm, and that will last. That's all. Yeah, I haven't used deodorant in I don't know years. So
I mean, I have used deodorant when it's been bought for me by my wife or something, I better put some of that. Better put some of that on before we go in to see the lawyer,
Oh, okay. That's what. So I'm gonna put the lemon. She said lemon, but I just put that under my arms, and that's what the old folks did. She said, okay, that's what I do, and it works just fine.
And then someone else said that the body doesn't smell bad depending on what you eat, and that's very true. I noticed that if people are eating very badly, no matter how much perfume and stuff they put on,
yeah,
you
they
just
stink.
smell.
Yeah.
The bathroom, it smells too.
It's like walking to a dairy, that smell the curry. Oh.
Yep. And lime. Yeah, I meant lime instead of lemon. But lemon is also good. And it removes like the yellowish, when some people they sweat and then the shirt, the armpits turn yellow on the shirt, like
Yeah, yeah.
you can remove that with lemon or lime too. Mm. Or even you know, your armpit get dark, you can rub the lemon or the lime. I keep saying lemon, but rub it and then yeah,
Oh, for you is lemon the green one or the yellow one?
the green one. That's lime,
For
right?
me too. Yeah, but in America that's lime.
Oh, yeah, we say yeah. In Suriname, I'm from Suriname, so we say lemon, but it's the lime,
Okay.
green one.
Yeah.
Lemon's yellow and lime's green for us. Yeah.
In New Zealand, where are you? Australia or New Zealand,
New
Dean?
Zealand. New Zealand.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Oh.
So I was in the Netherlands, Anna.
Oh, right on. Okay. Okay. We
It's
got
cool,
people
eh?
all over.
You know, we got people everywhere here.
Right.
Yeah, Anna's in Mexico. I'm in good old Alabama, USA.
Alabama. Oh, I love that. When people say that, I love that word.
Good old
Lovely word.
Alabama.
Oh, I see. We lost mind's eye and plant face. Ooh, the phone must have died. But the lemon is also good to use in spirit baths. You can cleanse negative energy. All you need is some lemons. Cut them in half. Put them in the water. And it's what you say. It's not what you. It's not even the lemon. It's what you say. Your intentions when you take a spirit bath.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you expound upon that concept? That's the first time I'm hearing about it.
Oh, about the lemon or just the spirit
Yeah,
bath?
did you say the spirit bath? What is that?
Um, well, yeah, I'm from South America, so we every now and then when it's needed, you cleanse your energy, your aura, your body. With we call it this. We take spirit baths, but it involves like herbs, from nature.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, and then cause and after that you let it soak. You don't towel. You let it soak on your skin because the herbs they need to penetrate your skin.
Penetrate. Correct.
So we mash them up, put them in the water. There's certain herbs for negative energy, removing negative energy, or even a curse or what you may call it, or a hex. Somebody put a hex on you, or and then
And what herbs are those?
Huh?
Sister Anna? What herbs are those?
Blah, blah, blah. Ooh, they're on my channel. I can just they're on my channel.
Can you share what video we would look at or maybe even play it? I would be interested in looking at that. Very interesting.
It's just the description. I only give the description. It's I think the playlist is called Healing Herbs for let me find out. I forgot, but it's I put them in a playlist. It starts with healing herbs on this channel and
Channel.
yeah.
Okay, I got it. And do you use herbs like rue, R-U-E?
Who are
Do you know this herb?
Yeah, I think it's mentioned too. Yep, in one of the
Okay.
videos that I
So I
upload.
think I'm familiar. They do that in Mexico as well. And then have you ever heard of a egg reading?
A what? Say it again.
Sorry,
Oh,
I was going to ask, what is rue?
Well, rue is a plant. It's recommended for feminine health usually. It's a I wish I could show you. You can just Google it, Dean. You can Google it's an herb. It's like rosemary. It has a very pungent smell. It grows very easy in tropical climate.
I love rosemary. Mm. Okay.
The tea of that one time, but that is like for, I don't even know what that was recommended for, but a small amount I had it.
Mm.
And along with that, there's an Angelica, or I think, and it's called a Dong Quai, I think, in a Chinese name. Or they call it Angelica out here, but there's a few herbs like that that I know of. And then there's flowers too. I don't know, Sosoama, do they use flowers in your background as well, or only herbs?
Yeah, that's the first bat. Like I said, it's usually we start with getting rid of negative energy with herbs, and then after three, you let it sink in for 3 days. Then you don't bathe with soap after that. No perfume, no deodorant for 3 days, and after the 3 days, it could be longer, but usually we do it after 3 days. You take a flower bath, and that is to attract positive energy. Flower bath, essential oil.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm into that kind of stuff. So I don't know why people recommended you to me.
Oh.
It broke up a bit there, Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you say there?
Have similar tastes. I think that's why McCoy recommended me to your channel. So that's
Okay.
awesome. I'm gonna check that out. And I just wanted to know if you've ever heard of like an egg reading, like, or egg healing. Have you ever heard of this? Like they pass an egg over your body.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So can you explain how you guys do that?
Well, I just recently understood it or understood it. It's usually when after the herbal bath to get rid of, or yeah, I think the last part of it. If it's like depending on what happened. Oh, um, yeah, they take the egg. I forgot. I think yeah, an unfertilized egg, something, and then they rub it on your chest. Um, and then if this like that is like how do you say it, confirmation if the egg uh how do you say that, yeah, because it's a raw egg, right? After they rub it on your chest, on
Right.
your pineal or your forehead, on or on the top of your head, and then your chest, it they give it in they put it in your hand, and then you have to squeeze it, and it's really hard, and you have to squeeze it till it breaks. If it breaks, that means the evil is gone. And if so yeah, I think that's how they do it. Give me 1 sec, I have to
So,
mute up.
oh, okay. Out here we do it a little different. So here they'll pass the egg over the body, and then they break the egg in a glass, and it's a raw egg, and then they read like the bubbles in the yolk. And the bubbles in the yolk are indications of like any attachments or whatever she's Soso Ama said, like they call it hex or curse. But she also hit on something when she said it's your intention, and it's really you trying to get out the negative and bring in the positive. So they use the egg to read, sort of. And then I think she's talking about the egg healing, like where the egg takes the negative energy.
Excuse me, Anna. Do you think I was just sort of listening, and I mean, do you think that by adding the ritual, I mean, you have the intention, right? But by adding the ritual and these different Like, I mean, I can understand the herb part because it's getting into your body, but for me, the egg part is like it's more of the ritual that the mind can connect with.
Perhaps, yes.
You know, to give it a positive place to land, as to saying, oh well, you can break the egg at the end of it, right? You know, that's confirmation that the evil's gone. Well, to me, that is, you know, that's part of a ritual, really, isn't it? It's like giving you the last piece to physically manifest a broken, to break that, you know, whatever it was.
Right. Right. And that would be the same for the way mushrooms are taken in Mexico traditionally as well. But there's something to it, Dean.
Oh, yes.
There's something to it because it clicks. Sometimes it just clicks.
I'm experimenting with mushrooms, and I'm very disappointed because the Amanita season here, I only managed to find about 4 that were collectible. The rest, we just didn't have a season because apparently, excuse me, the season before we had a really flushed season. And apparently they only do it, Amanita only flush every 7 years. So if they flush on the 7th year, then the next year following, you're going to find little. And the one after that, you might find a few more. And then the 3rd season, you're going to find a little more, 4th, so until you get a full flush again at the 7-year cycle or something. Something to that.
Yes, Dean, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Even here, you know, where people, it's like it's a tradition.
Awesome. So I've been looking at it, and of course, as I say, it's over 2 seasons now that I've known about it. But when the flush was on, it's really hard, guys. I never found out about it until a week after the last ones had died, and I couldn't believe it. Like, and what I've been knowing and learning and all that, and now we had a bloody poor season, and I'm going, oh no, how many years do I have to wait? I really want to get into these Amanita mushrooms. The reason I'm saying it is I'm quite excited about it.
Dean, hold on. Are you talking about the red caps?
Yeah.
With the white dots?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I am.
My God. Not a cubensis, not a golden teacher. You're directly talking about that one.
I am. I know, but look. I've been doing the psilocybin, right? And it's changing me already. Because I'm coming at it with a different angle. Last time was just party time, having fun, tripping, right? But now I've got a different mindset, and so it's exciting for me, Anna.
Right, so then you can reach a new level.
I'm unraveling stuff in my head that has kept me lost and confused for a long time, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah. So now I see as Amanita as being a step further from the psilocybin, because I can see there how the psilocybin is like it's like the one that opens the eye. This is where we're talking about the pineal gland, and I kind of feel like our pineal gland might be slightly open already. Through psilocybin and through other,
but it's really you. It's really you. The psilocybin might be a catalyst.
Yes, of course. And so, exactly, yes. But we have these receptors in our bodies already. So I'm not going to deny that. And finding out that there are other people experiencing some amazing things from having Amanita muscaria, that I want to find out what that is too, because I have heard of people who have suffered severe depression and are now living a full life. And that is something that's held me back all my life. And so I want to experience that full life without that burden of depression having been my overlord, or whatever.
Right.
And whatever it's done to my psyche, what it's done to my psyche, right?
And you're going and gathering it. You're not getting it in a pill. It's not. I get what
No,
you're
no,
doing.
I don't get it myself. I've been learning about it. And I mean, I've had 2 years to do so, right? Because I haven't really found any. Last year I found 4, or last season, and I dried them out properly the way I was taught to do so. And I said to Maureen, I'm going to have them now, and I ate them. And then I went to bed, and I don't think I had enough. I think it was too much of a micro dose to really know anything about what happened.
Okay.
But I sleep better. Yeah, I sleep better.
Well, it's also so interesting with medicinal plants because they say that the plant gives you what you need when you need, and there's no mistakes and no coincidences in that aspect. Like once you start working with the plant, it has a consciousness that it's transmitting to you, right? Like it's giving some wisdom.
Yes, I believe so. And I mean, Maureen has gone through. Basically, when did you first stop having change your life? When did you start that?
42.
She was 42 when she started
Going through menopause.
going through menopause. And when I met her, she suffered the wickedest hot flushes I've ever seen a woman experience, Anna.
Thank goodness, thank God.
Soama, and all you other ladies listening, right? And I couldn't believe how much she suffered. That was the first time I'd really seen women suffering menstrually, I mean, I'd seen my mother here and there, but it was nothing like what I was witnessing with Maureen. And so I've been looking on the internet for ages. Every time I go to the internet, it's to find things that I can help Maureen with. And one of them I've found, which has done so well. I mean, she even tells me about it, how she's noticed it so much. And that is that I found out that red clover was good for women who are having hot flushes. It reduces that effect on them. And bloody hell, it's right. It's true to the bloody button. Because she can attest to it. Hey, baby.
Yep, I haven't had a hot flush now in about 5 months since I started drinking red clover flower tea.
There you go. So we found out that on the internet, and that is just amazing, isn't it?
Wonderful. Feel like a different lady.
Yeah. Somebody could be looking it up. I hope so.
I want to add one point about the egg thing.
Yes.
So here, when they do the reading of the egg, it's really interesting because they, you know, here as well as in India, they look at the 5 elements when they're healing, and they look at the body as made up of 5 elements, and that bubble is supposed to be the air element in you and your, let's say,
Okay.
you know,
Yes.
in the
Like,
makeup
yeah,
of your body.
I understand the concept. Yeah. Mm.
So, you know, there's something there that maybe the egg is one way to read that realm. Now, again, that's a little bit of like a, you know, I guess someone would be able to do that without the egg, is what I'm saying. Like somebody,
Okay.
maybe
Yeah.
a
And
higher
actually,
practitioner.
I will go a little step further here, Anna, because I mean, if we align ourselves to what an egg would be, right? I mean, we all start off as one, apparently. So, but what I've learned from looking at chickens, I've raised chickens myself, and when they hatch out of the egg, sometimes they hatch out of that egg and the yolk hasn't been taken into their body still. It's still attached to where the umbilical cord would be, right? And you just leave them. And they eventually that gets taken into their body. It gets absorbed into it. And it's just amazing. And so when you connect that to where your umbilical cord is, right? I've seen women do this with an egg, and they'll like a pendulum. They'll take it over the mother's stomach, and she can tell whether it's going to be a boy or a girl, right? Using an egg.
Right.
Mm. So there is a lot of connection in the umbilical cord area, and if you go and have a look on Google and some of these scientific places, you'll find that all nerves in our body, not only do they go to the brain and that, but they also go to that very point where the umbilical cord connected you to the womb. Yeah. Mm. So I'm not trying to what would you call it? Put up some kind of mumbo jumbo about the use of an egg. I may not understand the whole concepts of what these processes are. Yeah. So, I mean, I do know that there is a difference between a fertilized egg and an unfertilized egg, and that you can actually observe that if you hold an egg up. The eggs that you buy from the stores are more liable to be unfertilized, whereas our eggs, of course, we've got a rooster, so we know they're going to be fertile. Because he's doing his job. So yeah, it's. But we're going to sit. We've got 8 hens and 1 rooster, and we're going to take all the female eggs we can gather, because there is a shape like a seed. Or an egg, they have a shape. And a male seed or egg is usually long, elongated, whereas a female seed or a female egg is very round in proportion. and not so long.
Not so long.
Mm.
Round.
So more round than it is elongated. So when you're collecting your eggs from your hens, you can go, well, I would like to breed one from that hen. So you keep an egg from her, and hopefully you kept a female egg, and you go through all your hens so that you can replace all their breed lines or their bloodlines by keeping one egg from each of them. That's a female egg, so you can carry on your breeding stock, and you get continuous eggs, of course, So that's like farming your chickens. But yeah, I just threw that in there just because I could.
Did So I'ma disappear on us? She pulling a greedy vegan on us?
No, I'm here. I just had to I just had yesterday I got a little kitten, a baby cat. So
okay.
I was on duty because I'm trying to teach her how to use the kitty litter, but so she had a little accident. So I had to clean it up. Dang it.
Yeah, greedy vegan, he'll disappear for an hour or two and just let people just talk. So I'm like, she pulled a greedy vegan. For those of us, it's Talk Your Talk Media. Greedy vegan. He has a pretty good channel. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to, Dean, this was great, man. I saw you was up here, and I just wanted to come ask you a few questions while you was doing the one-on-one. I'm glad that you did this.
I'll do it with anyone, bro.
Yeah. And so Alma had some really good, interesting questions that I'm glad I participated in. Really had us thinking. Sir Drop will do that to you also. He'll ask you some questions.
Yeah. I like that. I like that in people.
Yeah,
because you can. Yeah, well, I mean, like Maureen and Anna are probably, closer to the older age bracket. Here on the YouTube streets, we're probably the elders.
What's that, you and Maureen?
Yeah, well, Maureen's 69, and I'm 68, and I'm 69, and I'm only a few months off 70, and of course she'll be 69, and I mean, we've got memories of times when we didn't have all these amenities, toilet paper and such,
Yeah.
To the outhouse. No flush toilet here.
So that in itself is a great connection. I mean, I feel that I am at the moment saluting all the grandparents that aren't here, right? That's what I feel I'm doing. Maureen and I. That's what I feel we're doing. We're standing in the face, saluting all the past people that were here before us, right? Who were free of indoctrination, free of mind control, right?
This was definitely a great build. Thankful to be a part of it. Appreciate you. I don't want to hold you up anymore. So I'm on myself. So
I don't say we're all totally free of mind control.
I'm gonna tap out. And get this dinner on the stove for these young ones, and Anna, thank you for joining us. Anna, Dean, thank you for your insight and your wisdom as always. And So now I appreciate y'all. Thank you for
Yes,
allowing me up here. So I'm
you're always
I
welcome. Yes, and thank you,
and
everybody
I
who.
appreciate you there.
Thanks a
I don't
lot.
sorry I
Thank
call
you.
you. Yeah, I would call you. I would call you by your name, but I don't. I'm not. I'm not going to. But I really appreciate you because you actually you asked me the right kind of questions. And
Mm,
thank you very much for that. Yeah.
you're welcome. You're welcome. Um.
Thank you for the information about the herbs as well.
Oh yeah, you.
Yes.
Yeah, you can tap in the. I think. Let me see. It's about. The playlist is called. It's called Herbs for Healing. Because I changed it. Yeah. So you
Cool.
can tap
I think
in.
I started watching one of those. So, and Maureen's
I'm
got a
gonna
book
say
on herbs, so
goodbye
we're going to start
for this
looking through that
evening.
and see if we can get the what is it the visual of what these ones look like.
Mm,
Mm.
yes. And yeah, because
Um, um,
some of
Thank
the
you,
herbs.
Social Alma, for being a gracious host and for sharing information freely. I appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome. I love sharing because they say some people they hold their wisdom to themselves, but once you know something, and I feel
Correct.
like it's important to let other people know about it. And of course, I want to share it with everybody. Yes, and I hope people will do the same too. So yeah.
And I want to thank you,
Mhm.
Anna, too, myself, for coming up and asking me a few questions. I want to thank you for that. I much
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I've been wanting to talk to you. I think it's the first time we talk like directly on the panel. We talk in the chat usually.
Yeah.
So
Much,
I'm
much
glad I got to
respect.
come up and speak to you.
Much respect, sister.
Same here. Same here. Blessings. Goodbye.
Take care.
Much love, much love. Yes, Dean, OG. Give me a couple of days because I'm gonna come up with a great text describing your character, what the energy that I get of you,
Yes.
the Dean that I've gotten to know, um, and I'm gonna send it to your email.
Cool. And you know what? I feel like if you really do want to
Hmm.
follow it up, and when you got other subjects that you want to talk about,
Yeah.
uh, we can actually make a date for that, eh?
Yes.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Because I didn't get to ask you about where you about New Zealand, about the Maoris and the traditions.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, I would like
I'd
that.
love to. I mean, I'd love to relate a lot more. I'd love to, and so would Maureen because she's got her story too here, and
See,
this is her town, so this is her area. So yeah, she was born and raised in this area. So yeah, I think I'd like to hear her answer some of your questions.
okay, yes, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
she might not. She looked at me funny then.
Let me tell you something.
But I think it would be good for her because I think these are wonderful opportunities
Mm,
for people to unload things that have held them back for so long,
yes,
and even just verbally talking it. I realized that when I did the forum that my sister allowed me to do was just to be able to unload stuff that I had
mm,
never talked about with anyone.
mm,
Was absolute gold for me. And even though Maureen might feel a little bit anxious, once she starts, I reckon she'll understand a little bit more about it. Because
yeah.
there is something in it. It's real gold, I can tell you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She'll see it. Yeah. Right. But yeah, give me like a week and to make your text, and then of course we can set it up. I'll be live. I'm trying to go live more often, but I got some family issues right now, so
Hey, you're a busy girl. I know you are. Flat out, man. He's flat
yeah.
out. But yeah, I want to thank Mind's Eye.
Yes. My
He's,
best.
he's a good man, and he's always got the different view. The eyes view, what I call the mind's eye view.
Mhm.
And we come to know it, and he asks me good questions, and he acknowledges things in a way. He keeps with the dialogue of whatever I was talking about, but he what do you call it? How do you? It gives it greater
Perspective.
depth from perspective. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Yes, perspective. It gives it a greater perspective. Sometimes I struggle for words. It's like dyslexia. I start to write things on and I have to bum and try and back button the damn thing, and it'll damn send it. And I haven't even, and it's totally dyslexic. Even the letters are around the wrong way.
Mm.
But anyway, it's fun. But it's fun. I've got to learn to get over it. But yeah, it's a drop. Thanks very much. I identify with Drop, and he's for a while I didn't really understand him, but I understand that he was out to promote people's channels, and that in itself, that commands respect, because you're giving other people opportunities, and straight up, that to me is a number one here. And just as you have done just here like this with me, as he is doing that for other people, and it gives them a chance to shine.
Yes, sir.
And that's what we're here for. We're here to shine.
Yes.
So, McCoy, Anna, Mind's Eye, Drop, Canadummy, Kimber. I think it's
Yep.
pretty
That
much
was
it.
it.
And yourself, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Everybody on the panel.
Hey,
And
that's pretty good. Yeah. So I mean, that's one of the things if anything that I got a message out about is that just look after your memory and your mind. Look after your memory and your mind.
yeah.
That's powerful in itself.
So
Yeah.
powerful. Yep. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much love and take care. Sister.
Likewise.
And you have a lovely evening. We're about midday.
Mm.
So,
And it's and we're about midnight, over midnight, past midnight.
but that's it. We've hooked up and we've synced ourselves, and we know what time's best for everyone, right?
Right, right.
And
But
I will get up, early because I love getting up early. I
I
love
don't.
it. One of my best times of the day.
I don't. I sleep it. I sleep late and I wake up late. I need to change my. But now I have to, cause now I got a kitten, so She keeps me up. Sheesh, she'll wake me up early.
Oh, no, you know what? I was saying that. I said on chat. I think the other day, or yeah, that may have been last night. But our cat, I mean, he loves me. He loves me and all that. But the best scratcher in the house is the lady with the long fingernail.
Uh-oh.
I might be a good friend when it comes to, hey, can you give me some milk? But hey, every day it's a scratch and I lie on his back and get his tummy scratched. Oh, yeah, he just loves
Oh.
that. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I so appreciate you for sharing your story. And it wasn't, man, I'm sure they haven't even heard half of, it was just you scratched the surface, but we'll do more streams where, you can um not unload
Elaborate a bit more. Elaborate a bit more. For
elaborate
sure.
more. Yeah, so because I'm sure people can relate to all of our stories, but especially someone that has more experience in life, we all want to hear from. So yeah, uh, appreciate we appreciate what you
Much
have to bring. Yeah.
Much appreciate you, sister. Yeah.
Gratitude. Yep.
Much love. I
Much
want to give you a
much
big hug.
yeah. Big hug, virtual hug through the street over the oceans.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I do that. I used to reach out my arms, when I was coming out of a depression stage, and I had a real bad run, and this person said to me, "What gives you the most exhilaration, Dean?"
Mm,
And I said, "Well, at the moment, I just said a big hug to everyone that's alive."
yep.
And he said, "How are you going to do that?" And I said, "Well, I'm just going to reach out in my mind and my arms. I just reach out and wrap them all up and go, there we are, big hugs. Here we go."
Mhm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Woo. But yeah, once again, much love and thank you so much. I'm gonna hit you up in the email so we can set up another fire build. Um
Yeah, that'd be lovely. I think that'd be a great thing. Yeah. Yep. We'll go
yeah,
from there. Email. Yeah, I mean, we've got it now, and yeah, cool.
yeah. Okay. And
Oh, much
Maureen,
love and wow, what a
Maureen,
pleasant day! What a day! I love it. I love
yeah.
my days like yeah. Talk,
Hmm.
Maureen, she's talking to you. She's showing up a big heart for you.
Aw,
Much love, sister. Much love.
much love to you. And get ready because I'm gonna ask you some questions next time.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to bring you to the front too, because they say behind a great man, there's an even greater woman. I
Oh
know that
yeah,
woman is you. So yeah.
absolutely. She just
Mm-hmm.
finished knitting me a hat.
Oh,
Yeah, to my design too. I mean, how good is that?
see?
But she's a great knitter. She can sew. She's embroidery. What's that other little thing you talk about?
Grocery.
Crocheting, but other one with a little fine filigree.
Yeah.
Filigree type work.
Yeah. Tatting.
Oh,
That's the one.
Tatting. And I used to make all my children's clothes from day one. Even
see?
their nappies.
Yep, just like my mom. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So she's got lots to talk about, I'm sure.
I'm sure, yeah. I already
I mean,
know.
I've had a lot of dark places in my life, but I've
Ooh,
always come out into the light. It's, yeah,
The other thing about is that when you talk about these things,
yes.
you're also going to run into a time when that memory's going to trigger you a little dark spot, right?
Oh, yes.
And this is
Mm,
where you unload. I know it. I know it myself.
right.
I'll probably gear up.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That'll be good. Thank you.
Much love, much love. Yeah, and everybody who came to listen, much love too. The chat. I'm not gonna scroll all the way up, but there was a lot of people in the chat too and listening. So much love to everybody who came through. Oh, I'm double streaming on my other channel too. I forgot. Damn.
Oh, yeah, you are so clever. But I just want to reach out my arms and a great big hug to everyone. Just a
Yes.
great big hug, no matter which chat we're in. Okay? We're all hugging this together.
Yes. We all met for a reason, so we got to stick together. So once again, much love. Thank everybody who came through. My bestie minds. I know his phone died. Otherwise, he would still be on the panel. That's for sure. Kimba was on the panel. The realest McCoy, Surdra, Plant Face, Anna. Did I miss anybody? No, as far as on the panel. And in the chat, Professor X, Ghetto Child, Kimba, Dean, of course, my brother Dino. Professor Oshun was in the chat, Smoking in G Sharp, the Goddess of Love, Ghetto Child. Did I say yeah? Oh, that's a long
Hugs
chat.
everyone. Hugs
Yeah.
everyone.
Much love, much love. Angela, Sully Kofer, Mama Chula, Professor X. Let me find out. No, not no. Smoking in G Sharp. The realest McCoy. Jack's Dreaming. Maggot. Oh, there was a lot of people in the chat today. I like that. Sir Drop, Mama Chula, JJ the Enlightened One, AK. Oh, AK came by. Okay. Oh, and I think I saw Christos. Yeah, Christos. Oshun. Who else? I think that's it. Oh yeah, Quentin. Oh, and thanks again for the cash app. Quentin Emerson. Phil amongst us. Yes, Phil was in the building.
Yeah, brother Phil. Much love,
Yeah.
Phil.
He said he was I think he said he was busy making or working or something.
Okay. Yeah.
Suzanne Thompson. Yeah. Chris.
Yep. Well, him and I started this journey together to YouTube Streets. So
yeah,
if at one point or another, that you could bring us together on and alive together, that would be awesome too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. My friend Kaki Baron from Suriname. Who else? I think I got everybody. I said Mark. I think Suzanne Thompson. And that's it, I think. Christus, the realist. Okay, now I got everybody. Well, this has been a fun build. I'll be back soon. I'm gonna do my best to maybe tomorrow or next. I always say tomorrow, but I never follow up. So I'll just surprise y'all. But we'll definitely be back with another build because I really had fun. I really enjoyed. And I hope y'all.
Yeah, I have to, and I'm just going. We're gonna leave now, so I'm gonna press my back button out of here so that But because I found that if I don't leave these streams, I end up and then I've got like stream 8, you know, and people saying, "Oh, something wrong with your sound or something," you know. Well, I've got that bloody many windows open. That's why. Yeah, all this internet stuff, great learning curve. But yeah, I'll leave and say my goodbyes right here, and much love to everyone. Take care.
Much
Take
love,
care.
everyone.
Much love, Maureen. Yeah. I'm trying to find my outro, and then till the next time. Wait, where is it? Oh, let me stop the background. My mouse acting up again. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there it goes. So maybe to alamala bunde one buneti. Oh, and I the question I asked, what would you come back as if you had a chance to, in the next life? I want to elaborate before I end why I said water, because water is all over, it's everywhere, right? So the reason I said water is because I really want to become water. Even though, they say the body is what, 80%, 90% water, I still want to come back as just as water. I don't want to feel nothing, no emotions, no, I don't want to do all that again. So they say be careful what you wish for, but yeah, water cleanses all. People will use me to clean their skin. People will drink me. Water is in a Mark is gonna drink me. Dang it, Mark. No. Yeah, you can drink me. That's why I wanna become water. Like, it's in abundance. I'll choose this reality, this so-called plane, and come back as water and replenish every time you drink. That's me. Every time you drink a glass of water, that'll be me all over the world, all over. So that's why abundance. So yeah, let me find out. Maybe su alamala wambu de metako alamala wa grantangi fudu potu yesi arkidis bede so alma aka Denise te wantralesi baka maybe su alamala wambunde wambu neti wambu baka na wambu manting te wantralesi baka drink no for watra brasa you srevi drink enough water, of course. Give yourself a hug. Brasa you srevi, drink no for water. Brasa you srevi, drink no for water. Give yourself a hug and drink enough water. Dehydrate. Te wantralesi baka. Much love to everybody who came through. Once again, thank you so much, Brother Dean, from New Zealand. Look, I got a friend over in New Zealand. How about you? Huh? Stop that. I got friends in New Zealand, man. Yeah, let me stop. But yeah. And thank you to Bestie Mindset if you're listening. Mwah! Love you. I love everybody. Much love. Till the next time. We out. And we'll be back soon. Peace.